Tá voltando aqui pra mim a minha voz. E, e, e.
Oi, oi, oi. O seu tá
Olá, sejam todos muito bem-vindos de volta ao segundo dia do Global Agribusiness Forum. Assim como ontem, o palco está dividido em 4 arenas simultâneas a partir de agora, e vocês podem transitar entre as arenas de acordo com os painéis que desejam assistir. Para acessar o cronograma, a programação do evento, acesse globalagribusinessforum.com. Para os participantes que estão remotos, vocês estão acessando cada arena através de diferentes links disponíveis na nossa plataforma oficial de streaming, a Strix One. Agora, na Arena Sustentabilidade, ZOOSANITARY Risks, How to Avoid and Overcome. Arena Inovação, Green Bonds and Financial Opportunities for Agribusiness Companies with the Multilateral Agencies. Arena Global, The Green Deal and the Farm to Fork Strategy, the European Union Path to Sustainable Food Systems. E por fim, a Arena Fórum, New Producer Profile. Ao final de cada painel, as telas das arenas mostrarão quais serão os próximos painéis em cada uma das 4 arenas. Assim, se você quiser mudar de arena após o término de algum painel, basta consultar a programação online ou o aviso na tela. Desejamos a todos um excelente painel.
Alô? Já estão ouvindo? Bem, então, boa tarde a todos. Muito obrigado.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, moderating this panel with such important players and dear friends. Today we have a round of friends here to chat, and we're going to talk about zoosanitary risks, and we're going to discuss how to avoid and prevent them and how to overcome big challenges. This panel has been announced by Lilian, Dr. João Sampaio, Oder Wallis, and João Antonio Ribas. I'm going to provide us all their opinions and a brief presentation of 15 minutes each, and then we can discuss a subject that is essential and very important for our world. We have the swine pest and avian flu, and these challenges are related to human health as well. The health of the animals, and when breeding animals, requires prevention, requires technological instruments, but also require to ensure what we're discussing here at GAF, which is world food security in a growing world and consuming more protein. So to me, it's an honor to be here. I would like to call my friend João Sampaio to start his presentation and this round of discussions, which we're going to discuss the sanitary risks and how to avoid and prevent them. João, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Thank you, Dr. Ricardo Sachin. It's an honor to be here. I'd like to also mention our friends here, Olair and Hibas, are going to learn a lot with them. I'm pretty sure we're going to exchange a lot of experiences here, and I hope that all of you that are hearing us here on live or on online can also enjoy these discussions. So like Ricardo mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about zoosanitary issues, but I'm going to try to establish a link between sanity and trade within my specific field, which is bovine meat, beef. So sanity, which has a negotiable value and essential, is many times used as a commercial, a trade barrier, as an obstacle. And for that, I prepared 4 slides real quick here. The first one shows 3 columns. In the first column, we have the exporters. We can hear Brazil, approximately 20%, more than 20% of the share of exporters around the world, and we've been growing. And again, not because of sanity, we can't access all the important large markets. Brazil, for example, can't access Japan, Korea. It's difficult to enter Mexico, Turkey, some important consumer countries with large populations. The second column shows the production of beef. So in this case, Brazil is the second place, just behind the United States, although they have a smaller cattle, but their production is greater than ours. I imagine, and the trend is that Brazil in 5 years or so will be able to surpass the United States and will become not only the largest exporter but the largest producer of meat, beef. And the last column is the consumer countries. So you can see here the importance, to just have an idea, this column is important to show that how much Brazil have in terms of options and how much sanity is considered as a barrier. United States, for example, they didn't buy beef from Brazil because first, the risk of diseases. After some negotiation, they started accepting the World Animal Health Organization accepted the Brazilian sanitary system and started accepting Brazilian beef proceeding from areas free from disease with vaccination. After that, it had been suspended because the Americans found in some deliveries absence of vaccination products. So it took 2.5 years for Brazil to start supplying beef to the United States again, and now we are supplying a small share, but we're able to access at least part of this large market, which is the United States. But we still are not able to access Japan and many other countries. So we have some room to improve, to grow, which is very important. Our next slide, it's just to give you an idea. I will make all the slides available to everyone. This is a study that shows the global trend of beef, where production is growing and importation and exportation are growing. You can see here Latin America, for example, has a great potential. Africa also some great potential there, some growth to show. But the most important thing here is to show that in terms of production will grow less than at a smaller rate than consumption, and this will make sanitary issues to become more and more prevalent and more important, either for good or for the bad. For in a country that requires beef, what would not be acceptable may be accepted, but in other countries it will create some barriers to protect their markets. The next slide, it shows in a specific case for bovines, for beef, which is a disease that called the attention of the whole world, which is the issue of the foot and mouth disease and the status of each country. Basically, the World Animal Health Organization divide countries in those free from foot and mouth disease with vaccination, without vaccination, and suspended countries, and those with risk that is unknown. So you can see here in gray is the unknown risk. The red is suspended countries. The dark green is free countries, countries free of the disease but without vaccination, and the light green countries like Brazil, Argentina, North Argentina, Uruguay, that are countries that are free of the foot and mouth disease but with vaccination. So this map is important to give you an idea of what is the status of foot and mouth disease in the world. It's very restricted. The whole world has fought this disease. The World Animal Health Organization plan was to end this disease until 2035, but it was extended until 2030, and we have this time to eradicate this disease, especially from the importer countries, right? I don't want to just keep talking about these graphics, these charts, because they're too boring, but some of the graphics that show where the cases have grown in number, you can see that in green, you can see Latin America, and it's the main beef producing region in the world, and which had the best efforts, the best work was being implemented, and the companies really became professionalized, and some good partner companies of animal health sector had this effort, this continuous, this cooperative effort with the government as well. So we were able to improve a lot and advance and move forward. So now I'm going to just give you a few examples of what I commented, which is involving sanity and trade. For example, Turkey is an important country. It's a great beef consumer with a large population. The country does not import beef from Brazil. Their main allegation is the sanitary allegation, because we have risk of foot and mouth disease. But they import live cattle, so they don't import the beef because of technical allegation that we have the risk of foot and mouth disease, but they import the livestock, which is even a greater risk. But what happens in Turkey is that there's a religious issue, a cultural issue there, that the population prefers to buy the live animals instead of the beef itself, and the importation sector is a strong economic power there. And this happens in several countries, such as Mexico, for example. It's difficult for Mexico to import beef because of the foot and mouth disease, but they're following the same pattern as the United States. So they have some local protection for their local trade to kind of avoid foreign competition, which it's coming from basically from South American countries, and mainly from Brazil, which would be a more competitive country, right? Indonesia, for example, recently has many focus of foot and mouth disease. They import a lot of livestock from Australia, and they started having supply issues. First, because the cattle in Australia decreased, and they sent part of it to China, part of his beef to China. So they're buying beef from Brazil, but they still have a lot of limitations, limitations on origin, and so on. And now they have some issues with foot and mouth disease there in Indonesia. It's it's a large focus in the world. In South America, the last outbreaks of foot and mouth disease we still have a lot of work to do. Brazil, the last outbreak was in 2005, 2006. Uruguay and Paraguay since 2001, and Argentina since 2003. So we have this potential. We can advance in this market, and I imagine that in a few years, the foot and mouth disease and the sanitary disease based on the foot and mouth disease will no longer be a trade barrier or a sanitary barrier, and we're going to be able to move forward. Brazil has currently a very special condition of being able to have different sources because we're such a huge country, a continental country. So there are different. There's a big range of products that can be offered: organic meat, beef, all sorts of meat and beef that we can offer to our customers with 100% assurance of sanity. We have an audited, imported sanitary system certified by many international organizations. And what we need to do is to be better negotiate,
Ser mais proativo.
be more proactive, commercially speaking, and really seek to open more new markets. And in our internal market, which is it's even more relevant for Brazil. Just to have an idea, we export approximately 25% of what we produce. Our internal market is really important and relevant, and it has been gradually requiring better quality products, differentiated products, more sustainable and more traceable products. And this can show the internal consumer that they are consuming a good quality product from the sanitary and sustainability perspective. That's what I wanted to say, just to give you an overview about the bovine market. Thank you, Dr. João, director of Minerva, one of the great global players for meat, which brings us this link between the importance of taking care of sanity to be able to access these markets and ensure the people. I would like to call on my friend Delaire, CEO of EMSD for Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Dear friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ricardo. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you, with João and Ribas. Could you just hand me the clicker? I'd like to thank the organizers of the event and congratulate them. I think that we are coming here with a purpose. We want to contribute to rich discussion and allow ourselves the possibility of produce more and more quality animal protein in an optimized manner. We all come from a culture where we were used with 45-minute presentation. Now they are being reduced, and now they have already been reduced to 10 minutes only, and now we have sometimes even, business pitches or startup pitches, they should be lasting for 5 minutes. I will speak for 10 minutes only, but I'll try to be an old school kind of guy. Yeah, you have 15 minutes. Yeah, okay, keep that in mind. So in 45 minutes, Brazil produces animal protein that is sufficient to feed a 97,000 inhabitant city for the whole year. So this is the size of our responsibility as producers of animal protein, and this huge responsibility of the role of animal health that is behind that. There are 4 pillars that support that. Yes, we want to maximize more and more in the animal productivity. We still have the opportunity to maximize and produce more and better in an even more efficient way. However, the main differential, the main competitive edge that we have will remain as being food safety. People know that. This is our competitive edge as producers of animal protein, and this is where the animal health is important. Naturally, there is the role of the animal health, and I was talking during lunch that our main challenge is to keep on removing the needles or that would mean having products and vaccines being applied without the need of needles. I think that Ribas from Seara knows what we're talking about. The major development of products is using other technologies that avoid the use of needles, and animal well-being also considers something else. Every animal has the right of being treated when they are sick, as long as this treatment is done in a responsible manner. And in the second line, there is something that is called One Health, and that is the conjunction of some of these pillars, some of these foundations. There is a QR code on the screen. I would like to encourage you to use your smartphones. And if you read this code, you will register yourselves for free in Spotify or YouTube link so that you can listen to a 20 minutes podcast for free. A podcast that deals on this concept of One Health. Ricardo started this debate talking about 3 diseases. There are 3 diseases that can be controlled, the major diseases that we face today, through the use of vaccines. The orange line shows the evolution of the use of vaccines in Brazil. In the year of 2018, around 21% we had around the year of 2018, and we haven't really changed it much, but we in our business, we have become leaders in vaccines because, well, this is the responsibility of a company that is the leading company in its sector, and we are the leading company in our sector, so we should contribute our role in prevention together with the use of antimicrobial medication in a responsible manner. This makes Brazil still competitive in the current scenario. João showed that the whole world is at a green status, but this is due to the production of vaccines that are quality vaccines and were used responsibly. Another point that I would like to draw your attention to: if you are an animal protein producer, from the animal health standpoint, there are 4 needs that are involved. The first one is disease control. The second is performance. When you are working on the prevention. The second aspect is the increase of productivity. The third is the return on investment that you made. And finally, you have the last one, which is the moment where you use animal health to get access to certain markets. What do I mean by that? The more you use the technology, more to the right of your graph you will find yourself. Consequently, the production of milk in Brazil, 15% of it uses high technology. We still have 85% of the milk production in Brazil using an intermediate to a low level of technology. There's a huge opportunity here, and we should democratize this technology. When we are talking about beef, we have 30%, and we go to the poultry, we have 55%, and when we go to pork, we have 50%. All these figures in the high technology side. And why is this important? The combination between technology and animal health, they help us to increase productivity. What does this chart show? João is a specialist in the bovine department, but he showed us some figures. And on the first column we have the countries, the second column shows the percentage of participation in the cattle herd, and the last column shows the percentage of their participation in beef production, really. So the US has around 9% of the total cattle herd, but they produce around 22% of all beef on Earth. We have around 21% of the entire cattle herd, but we produce 17% of all the meat in the world, all beef. China has around 10% of the entire global cattle herd. And then we have also the figures for the EU. What do I mean by that? Why do the US has such a good position here? Because they use technology. They use technology. It is simple as that. One of the technologies they use is the use of implants. I think that this is a healthy discussion we should have in Brazil. So, this possibility of traceability is quite interesting. Another interesting data for you. In Israel, it takes from 4 to 5 days for an ox to recover from a disease, but that time is longer in Brazil, from 7 to 9 days, because we are not using technology that could allow us the right moment to use the antibiotics in these animals. So that could help us to even use less antibiotics, because again, that would allow us to have a much more preventive approach than a healing approach. I believe that there is a lot to be debated. The use of technology in animal health actually should not be seen only as the control of diseases, the prevention of diseases, or improvement of productivity. It should and it must be seen as a tool that can help us in the traceability, in animal traceability. This will allow us then to give even more added value to our products abroad as a result of food safety. I'm representing my own company, but I also represent another company that is a leading company in this segment, and we invest in this technology area. These are 5 startups that we acquired in the past 3 years, and they bring basically technology to this sector. We invested around $4 billion in the acquisition of these startups. I will try to exemplify what they do. The first one is called Allflex. It works on animal identification and monitoring, which allows us to have a better use of this animal unit. The second is called Vaki. It allows the monitoring, identification, and counting of fishes. The third one is called Quantified AG. Quantified AG basically anticipates this is this Israeli technology I just mentioned. It analyzes the animal behavior, the animal temperature, and can then anticipate the diagnosis of a disease. It allows you to anticipate at the moment of treating this disease. Identigen works with the traceability of the protein from the DNA. So you will be in Paris eating lasagna, and you will get a slice of the beef, and you will be able to know if this beef came from an ox that was raised or slaughtered in the Amazon region or not. So these are things that we should adopt here in Brazil. And the last of the startup, it has already started a project with Seara, and the company is called PoultrySense. It monitors by the use of thermal sensors and scales. It monitors poultry behavior, weight, temperature, and with that they can anticipate the occurrence of diseases. So I'm talking about animal health and showing you some tools that can help us to use vaccines, yes, at the right moment, but use less and less antimicrobial medication, and even in a more responsible manner. Well, thank you. I think that I have stick to the time limit. This is my personal data. If you want to get in touch with us, we will be at your
Thank you for excellent presentation, and thank you for all of this information and data. It's good to know that animal health company gives us these figures and provides these figures to take care of our animals in a better way and avoid these types of episodes of diseases. But above all, take care of global food security. We have more and more intelligence and more applications, less availability of waste and carbon footprints, more food for the people. So thank again, Bolis. Now that Dr. José Antônio Ribas, my dear friend, director of Seara, and a guy who really inspires me with what he says. So I asked for the authorization to say that Ribas taught me the following sentence: "Costs hurt, but sanity kills." So that's what I heard from the professor. So, Ribas, the floor is yours. His microphone is not on. Excuse me. Okay, now it's working, right? Okay, good. Thanks, Ricardo. Thanks, João, Bolis. It's a great pleasure to be with you here. All the organizers of this event. I'm a little bit old school, Bolis. I would love to have 45 minutes to talk, but because I'm passionate about our agribusiness segment, I feel that we talk a little bit of Brazil that works, right? Brazil that is not in the media, is not in the large media channels, but it's a Brazil that we can be proud of, and we can be proud of its achievements and its journey as well. We've seen record productions, science being developed. Bali showed a lot of technology that has been used. We can include in this technology currently our agribusiness segment is a great producer of photovoltaic energy. Our agribusiness is a great preserver of the environment. We take care of people, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. And we do that with sanity, right? Because no other country in the world that is relevant in the production of pork and poultry. If you want to study sanitary problems, you can go to other countries, because here in Brazil, you're going to have to do it in the laboratory. You're not going to see it in the field. We are a country that, of course, I'm not going to, it's not only thank God, but it's thanks to our work, to the science, to the relentless work of our professors who really understood the challenges of biosafety and were able to bring us here to 2022, being with the world being facing such problems of foot and mouth disease and other diseases. We are free from such diseases, so there's a lot of science serving this. I'm going to try to be quick here. I want to have an approach that brings sanity into the context of sustainability, because everybody is talking about sustainability today, right? And when you think about that, you see that Bolis talked about the unique health. This relationship between the planet and the animals and the people is in transformation. I mean, a lot of science and accountability in all of Brazilian companies and production chain of poultry, of pork meat, and so on, moving forward to do what we already did well, but we didn't call it ESG. But now, with this new packaging of ESG, to show the world that we can do it, Brazil is quickly going to start exporting pork and poultry and beef and carbon credits. And carbon credits, I think, is going to be one of the most relevant products that we're going to sell, because we can do it. This is the agricultural segment that we're building a very honest relationship with the foods. I'm going to mention some of other sentences. More than 1,000 audits per year, so it's a huge cost, right? If we did something wrong, it would be a huge cost to hide it from these auditors, and that's what we've been doing. We've been doing the right thing. I would like to mention as well COP26, which brought different directioning for how the production in the world will move forward, considering food as national sovereignty, talking about healthy and safe foods. China, which created a document for their self-sufficiency in terms of foods until 2030. They're going to look for 5% of their needs for food from other countries. And these other countries can include Brazil, because we're able to deliver. If they want to consume vegetable protein, we can produce it. If they want to consume pork, we can do it. Beef, we can do it. Poultry, okay. If they want grown protein, we're going to export it soon, grown in the lab. So Brazil should and must occupy this space. We have all the conditions to move from this self-assessment, the syndrome that we feel small in the negotiations, and to show our greatness and the work that we've been doing in terms of ESG. The agricultural business here in Brazil is responsible for bringing development away from the capitals. There's such a rich world aside from the capital of São Paulo. Chapecó, it's a huge city in Brazil. What would be of it? What would be of Lucas do Rio Verde, of many other cities here that if it wasn't for the agricultural business, they wouldn't develop themselves as much. There are a lot of consolidated work showing that the human index is higher, and I'm not saying only about the slaughterhouses, but the granges as well. It's higher human development index than other regions, and we've seen this happening all the time, and I'm even going faster in my presentation here. There's a digital transformation going on in the agricultural business today. I think this is one of the great leverages that allows us to improve the well-being, health, and that we're able to do things in a different way. When I started as a professional, our main concern was the aging of the rural environment. The youngsters were leaving the field and going to the cities, and what we've seen now is that a lot of young people, they stay at these lands, and they, due to the inclusion of the digital world, the pork and poultry activities in Brazil is the new Silicon Valley of the world. We're becoming more technical in a very quick way, very accelerated way, because of these youngsters are now managing the slaughterhouses, the granges, and they're increasing the efficiency. And nothing more ESG, nothing more related to sustainability that efficient production, right? You being able, with the well-being, the health, produce more tons of food, consuming less natural resources, so less grains, less water, and so on. And we've been able to do so. We now have production efficiencies that some regions of some countries can compare to us, but not whole countries in terms of efficiency. And this shows a little bit of all of this work that has been done. Although we need to understand that this world is a world in movement. When we talk about linearity, when we were starting being professionals 10 years ago, we were discussing this during lunch. We had a project for 2021 in the 90s. We were talking about 2030 in 1990s. And very few things happened very different from what we planned for the poultry and pork segments. Things are now moving exponentially ahead. Sometimes there's nothing happening, and then boom, something happens, and boom, exponentially everything changes. The pandemic shows us this, right? We must know there's a lot of things happening at the same time. There's some transformation in the health, and sanity, nutrition, handling. All of these segments have a lot of things going on, including biosecurity, and this includes the whole sector. We need to move forward quickly to be able to continue our journey, to be the leaders in exportation of poultry. I think this is the greatest seal of quality and seal of sanity that we can display, because we couldn't hide it from 160 countries at the same time, right? So this is a big challenge for the new generation who's arriving in the consumer market, because when we talk about animal well-being, we are we are respecting these animals who give their life to feed people, and they're raised in an environment, they're bred in an environment that is better than the environment that many people around the world. So, and these birds, they don't have a health plan. They don't have. They have a veterinary there 24/7. They have a nutritionist that have their balanced ratios, and this is done with a lot of science, a lot of accountability, and we need to understand that. At the same time, we need to be less excludent and more inclusive, because it can't be. It doesn't need to be and. It can be or. But the world can consume animal protein or vegetable protein. It doesn't need to be excluded. We need to show this to the world, because there's a lot of people to feed in the world. And I say that the pork and poultry chains, they combine two characteristics that are very different from other economic activities. We are intensive and extensive. So the bird, the chicken that you ate today during lunch, or the pork was started to be produced 5-8 years before, because the whole chain that unravels in this segment. At the same time, we're very intensive. In the 45 minutes that we've been discussing this subject here, we produce protein to feed a city of many people for 1 year. A lot of animals going to the slaughterhouse, moving this huge chain. This requires a lot of accountability, planning, and science, because the sanitary risks are there, the management risks are there, and we've been doing some great work here in Brazil with these subjects. We still have here in Brazil, I'm not going to talk about traceability, I'm going to talk about the change in the consumer profile, because we already know that. But we're here living here a conflict in Brazil. We're talking about Grange 5.0, but we still have Grange 1.0 going on. And we need to take care of all of them, because they brought us here. And we cannot only take care of animal well-being, we need to take care of human well-being. There are many families of producers who have all their income from these activities, and we need to give them credit for investment, allow them to improve efficiency in production, because not only getting the right direction of the transformations that we need all around the world, not only here in Brazil, we need to take care of the speed with which this happens. If we go too fast, we're going to bring unnecessary costs. Or if we go too slow, we're going to miss out some processes that are really important in the markets. So I'm going to the end of my presentation here. So under all aspects regarding sustainability and sanity as well. The next 5 years are going to be very transformative, much more than the last 30 years. In the next 30 years will really determine the fate of the planet, right? And I don't want to be negationist here, or I don't want to make terrorism, but it's not a catastrophe or an apocalypse. There's a science behind it to be able to produce all of these animals. For example, methane, which is one of the great problem of pork breeding, can become a solution and will generate income for the producers in terms of biofuels or renewable electric power. Our energy matrix is really good matrix, much better than most of our competitors, because we use hydroelectric power. But nowadays in Brazil we have photovoltaic energy equivalent to the Itaipu power plant. We have biomethane becoming a biofuel as one of the great options for our market. So there are a lot of solutions. Brazil that works, a Brazil that is not displayed in the media, in the great media channels, the great society, and we are the leaders. We have the role of leaders of being less reactive and more proactive in our communication. In fact, show our production and make it intensively, because we see physicians saying things that are incorrect about our supply chain, teachers teaching incorrect things to our kids, but we need more leadership. We're in the year of election, but let's vote on congressmen that can talk about the agribusiness, that are knowledgeable about this segment, and that can do this as a policy. We need state policies that really do long-term agro plannings to have the right investments at the right time, at the right place, and we need to take care of that. Otherwise, we'll create competitors for a chain that already suffers with foreign competitors within our production system. The red and green, green and red that is mentioned here, all this discourse about sustainability is beautiful, but you can't have your cash on the downside. So, but we have this commitment. We don't need to give in to temptation. We need to do it with responsibility, with accountability, with science, bringing our comparative advantages into competitive advantages. This allows us to be real quick to diagnose when we have technical assistance. If there's any issues with the birds, we can have a clearness, a diagnose not in 15 days, but in a matter of hours. And this allows us to evolve within our systems. And just to wrap up here, Ricardo, we need to honor the past, all the leaders that brought us here, but we need to build a new future. People are our main asset, because this integration chain is strong for the poultry and pork segments. The digital transformation is also essential to bring the youngsters to the farms, and also to improve our innovation and all of our indicators. And innovation and efficiency are directly related to ESG. We need to do it together. We are here, suppliers, partners, our entity at the federal level, to transform the whole segment as a whole. Now I'm going to sentence by Obama that is a very interesting sentence that he mentioned, that if we're waiting for the right moment and the right moment to have change, what we can say is that the moment is now, and the people are us. We are going to do this transformation. Thank you very much. Just a few messages and some information so that we can have a discussion. Thank you. Ribas, brilliant. Thank you very much for all the information you brought. This is perspective for the future, and above all, transparency. Right? This is important to have this transparency, this data, the information, to show that we are ready to collaborate with the world and prepare Brazil for these other challenges that we're going to face.
Okay, so I believe that we can now have a discussion. You can ask questions to each other and make comments. I always say that Ribas, you made a kind of a joke, but I always try to do 3 things to prevent disease. The first thing, I like to pray. I'm a Catholic. The second thing, I like to knock on wood. And the third thing is prevention. It works. You have to do something. The other 2 ones, they are like beliefs you have, but I think that we should work on prevention. You mentioned things about the technology and things that can help in terms of transparency. How do you see this scenario where we see the world that is walking towards the appearance of new diseases in situations where countries are being closed to each other in terms of trade and some other possibilities? I think that we should have better rules and acknowledge things. If we have foot and mouth disease, I mean, we shouldn't be shutting down these states. I would like to hear from you, Francisco. I mean, how many Europes can fit inside Brazil? But if there is a case of African swine fever in Germany, Spain is not close, but here in Brazil things should be different in their view. Yeah, you could make a comment on that, on this compartmentalization. Can you hear me? Is my mic on? Okay. Okay, Ricardo. Well, 2 comments that I could make. I could leave the comment on compartmentalization to Ribas, but the graph, the chart I showed you, the more technology is used, the more prevention is used, and then more access to market we get. That contributes more and more for us to have an easy access to the market. So I had promised that I would have a management in the association that I serve as the president without talking about foot and mouth disease, but we should remind ourselves of something. Foot and mouth disease represents less than 88% of the animal health segment. So we survive very well, yes, thank you, without the occurrence of foot and mouth disease. But we should be working on that in a responsible manner, in a technical manner, planning things ahead. Because we used to have in our capacity of production of 1.7 billion doses of foot and mouth disease vaccines. Now we have around 1/3 of that, and if we in the future resume vaccination with 2 doses, we won't have a capacity for that. João also gave an interesting comment. Brazil exports to 126 countries around the world. Is that right? Yeah. So that has been achieved with quality, with responsibility, and with the vaccination as well. So I think it is important that we work all together in an aspect. When I mentioned the technology at the beginning in the US, I think that the next step in Brazil is to start doing something that's called segregation. We should be able to segregate. We should be able to implement segregation protocols. Animal traceability and monitoring will allow us to segregate and then allow us to have the compartmentalization that we have with poultry and pork. So I agree with that. When we bring that to when we look actually to the program of foot and mouth disease eradication program, we had these steps, and I think that we should negotiate things step by step, block by block. Another important comment that we should be making here, when it comes to compartmentalization, we have the possibility of producing all kinds of, let's say I want an animal like this or that. We can get volume here. I would like, and I stand for, the use of hormones or implants. It makes no sense. We know that there's a huge part of the world that accepts that. So it is also possible to produce a different kind of animal in different places. So we do have this potential. We have this ability, and it's an absurd that we are not using it. Ribas is, an excellent guy in this field. What is applicable to pork is applicable to poultry or to fish farms. We should be producing what consumers want, after all. So, are we able to do it? Yes. Okay. We can do that in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. We will be able to produce a given animal with a certain genetic that will result in a certain product, but yes, we do need to have traceability so that we can ensure that this given animal is being segmented correctly for that kind of market. Yeah, this is what I see, Ricardo. I liked what you mentioned here, but there should be a set of rules that is agreed among us and among Brazil and the rest of the world. We shouldn't have different set of rules. And before we talk about companies and sectors, we need to have a strong political stand. I think that we need to also win trust in the market abroad. I think that we should have a proactive communication. When people come from abroad to visit us, they see that we perform a very serious job here. This is something important. Now, talking about the market, let's talk about what occurs at the farms. The need to continue to invest on the staff. We need to have quality staff, people who are qualified and trained on biosecurity. This is something that should be learned on a daily basis, because fatally, if you do everything right, you may have a sanitary problem. If you do more than one thing wrong, things, of course, will become riskier, but even if you do everything right, you may run the risk of having problems. And the idea of segregation must also touch on a point that we are doing very well in, but we must get fast diagnosis and fast reaction rules. Let me give you one example of the previous case we had in Chile. In 72 hours, between the suspicion and the elimination of all suspected animals, it took 72 hours, so we can eliminate, isolate the problem and avoid the remaining animals in the country to suffer from that problem. So we should do things fast. Again, we've been through this experience. I mean, if there is a problem with a given animal, it is possible that the newspapers are printing this news before we are able to do something. So we should be careful about that. The way we treat the relevant information here in the country, and we must have a robust and fast ability to respond, an ability that is close to the conditions and the animals so that we can somehow protect ourselves. But yeah, the segregation, the regionalization, these are solutions that we should be doing and we are trying to do in a country with continental dimensions as ours. We maybe will not threaten the supremacy position that the US have since they have a large internal market, but still we can challenge them somehow. But we should be careful. This continental size that we have, and we have animals traveling large distances, we must be careful and make some decisions to regionalize and close down on these possibilities of risks. These possibilities of being fast in the diagnosis and closing some gaps in terms of fragilities that we have in our system will allow us to become safer. We have the only compartmentalized poultry slaughtering plant in the world. It belongs to our company, and that's something we know how to do. And this concept has to be expanded. It has to be regional. And I believe it will allow us to get many more achievements. I think this is a journey that we should be going through. And we made many achievements in the past years with the Ministry of Agriculture and some other entities. We had a great progress, and we should keep on going. We should keep on modernizing our system. And I mean, I think that we could say that when in doubt, we could leave it to the private companies to do it, and they can do it very, very well. I think that the Ministry of Agriculture is very proactive and ready to respond. We are a free country, and the regionalization is proposed for some of the regions, showing that the ministries and the secretaries of agriculture, they work well, and this transparency is something that can only help Brazil. We should tell this message to the world, and we should be transparent amongst ourselves more and more. We are a country that has preserved 4 millions and many 100,000 kilometers of forest. I think that the world is listening to us. We shouldn't think that we are doing things wrongly. This is part of our DNA, and when we talk about sustainability, ESG, and health, so that we can give a good foundation for global food security, I'd like to listen to your final words. We only have 7 minutes, 10 minutes, I mean, for a final comment. Yeah, I'd like you to touch on these comments, sustainability, health, animal health as pillars for the global food security. I'd like to invert the order, but still, I think that the main evidence of everything that you mentioned here, Ricardo, we are going through a catastrophic moment, but still, We went through a quality test for us because we recovered a great deal of markets within 90 days. We were active in almost all the markets because the world has seen and the world knows the serious work we do when it comes to quality control. We are feeding so many countries and providing good quality product. Our leaders in the company we work, they usually say that there is no leading product that is a poor quality product. I mean, the smartphone that sells the most is a good one. The car that sells the most is a good one. The TV set that sold the most, it should be a good one. So the country that exports more poultry in the world shouldn't be making, it couldn't be making a poor quality product. So we do have all these controls, and this is a quality seal again. But this is not the entry ticket for the upcoming match. So yeah, we do preserve, but we do definitely need to get rid of the bad examples that don't represent the sectors that are being mentioned here. We should get rid of these bad examples so that we can have more and more positive visibility. And when there's an artist that goes to a pork farm that shows a poor treatment of animals, that gives us a very bad publicity. But we need more data and a work together that combines the efforts from the private sector and government with the many different ministries and secretaries and the entire chain of suppliers, everyone putting the efforts together so that we can reach that. I think that the protein industry will be highly challenged in the upcoming years because this generation that is coming demands a new behavior from companies, both the legal entities and individuals. And well, I could say that if anyone in the world could be talking about sustainability, we are the ones. We take care of people, and we created an environment of human development. We do that. I usually say that the agribusiness generates business and economic activity, and these things generate employment, consumption, and on its turn, again, we make all this wheel go round, this virtuous cycle go round. And because of the agribusiness, city halls and governments were able to invest because the agribusiness drives this movement. We should appropriate ourselves of that. We should take care of people. The level of governance we have, we export managers to the entire world. We have a very good, very high level in this segment. And now the other aspects are related because we have fact and data to show to the world. I think that we should not put ourselves as the underdogs, and we should assume the position as protagonists in the production of protein for the world.
Ricardo, first, it's a pleasure to be with you here, João and Ribas. What we discussed here today, I agree 100% with João. Tell us what to produce and we can produce it, but it's important that for the world, before questioning us how we do it, come and visit us to see how we do it. I think this is the most important of it all. He was mentioned about the role of the agro business. I'm proudly son of my father with 46 hectares of land, was able to put 4 kids into college. I lived 15 years out abroad due to the agribusiness, and the most important thing is that we have the same purpose. Hiba said that in 30 years we'll be have a better world for our children, and we can outsource the education of our kids. We're all fathers here. We may outsource their educations, but we can't outsource the behavior of and the character of our children. And Brazil can outsource many things, but they will never outsource our behavior and our character in producing animal protein. This is in our DNA. It's our essence. This responsibility for sustainability this responsibility for producing quality products with more or less technology. This is not only in this panel here. It's down there in the rural producer in Santa Catarina or in Pará or wherever. I think we need to start negotiating more and more, and you play a brilliant role.
O Ministério estão representando muito.
The ministry and all the associations are representing Brazil, but the behavior and the character of Brazilians for producing animal protein, it's in our DNA. It's in our essence to work with such quality. Yes, first of all, I would like to thank Ricardo, Datagro, everyone, all my colleagues here, and Ribas for just continuing what you're mentioning, Ricardo, about sustainability. I think Brazil does it and we do it well. We need to assume this. We try to defend them ourselves, but we need to be proactive. Ribas mentioned something that I would like to complement a little bit, which are the possibilities that are in front of us if we assume this narrative. So, for example, carbon credits, for example, there's a huge potential. Methane, there's a huge potential as well. Brazil is sustainable. What we really need to do is we need to be able to show this to the world by means of the technology, like Alair said, and measure this. So we have the possibility of assuming this protagonism, to assume this narrative, and to have the state policies that I believe that we have people that is qualified, that is prepared to do so. And what we need to do is work. We need to work hard, is assume our role, take the steering wheel, and move forward. I think that's the message I would like to leave with you all here. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, João, Ribas, Bolis, for this panel. I'm pretty sure that those who are hearing us and those who are seeing online, we know that we in Brazil, we care about sanity, and we want to continue to be partners of local industries, complementing more than 180 countries that buy beef, poultry, and pork from Brazil. It's important to say that we take care of, like you all have said, we take care of the protein because our kids, our sons eat this protein, and that's why it's in our DNA, and we're going to take care with prevention, technology, data, and more working for food security. Thanks, everyone. Congratulations for this panel.
Ok? Podemos começar?
Okay, can we start? So, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of BCZ, I would like to thank the invitation of Datagro, who has brought us here to be part of this panel. Together with all of these strong players here, we're going to learn a lot here. We have here today Dr. Luis Ozakian, superintendent of ABCZ. He's a zootechnist, technical superintendent of ABSC. He knows a lot about genetic modeling, and he's going to talk a little bit about his experience. Dr. Luis Adriano, agronomist, also master's degree on phytotechny, right? And Cris Moraes, she's president of the Livestock Chamber, as secretary of the Agriculture of the state of São Paulo. All right, so each one is going to talk a little bit about their experience. Our subject here today is production efficiency in the expansion of food production. This is a challenge that the producing segments of our country will face in the next few decades. The production is increasing more and more, and we need to be more and more efficient as well. And this efficiency means producing more with better quality and less impact to the environment. So this is the word of order, efficiency. The previous panel broached the subject of sanity, and these three subjects that we're going to discuss: sanity from the previous panel, genetics, and nutrition. These are the three. This is the tripod that supports production of animal production in any segment. Sanity, genetics, and nutrition are very important. And we'll conclude with Chris's presentation of the case and how it happens in practice in a farm that is efficient. So I'd like to start with Dr. Luis Antonio Zakian to talk a little bit about genetics. What is the current status? What is the state of the art of genetics today in terms of livestock, and what we can expect for the next few years? What the science will bring us, what it will add to this constant and effective search for efficiency in our business. Luis, the floor is yours. Thank you, Joan. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here with all of you, with our colleagues here in this panel, and to bring a little bit about the contribution for such an important subject and such a relevant subject that is sustainable production. It's not only in the headlines of the newspapers and magazines, it's now a reality, right? So I brought here some information. Okay, here we have the presentation. Like João mentioned, I'm going to discuss a little bit about genetics, more specifically bovine genetics, and I'd like to contextualize a little bit of this subject say that we're living a moment of transformation. This is clear for everyone. The speed of information, and there's possibly an excess of information that it's hard to filter and process all of this information. But the fact is that we know that in the future, if we don't have a strategy specifically related to the production system, it's very risky because systems react poorly to improvisations. And here in Brazil, each nation has its own peculiarities, of course, its characteristics. And in Brazil, we have an industry of a moderate size. The scientific production is still growing, and the agribusiness is a great actor to leverage the economy of the country, as we have seen over the last few years, right? Of course, as soon as men has started using fire, using tools, and discovered the wheel, we've been growing and growing continuously. This evolution includes several sciences that came up during this process, and we're going to talk a little bit about genetics. That as a science is relatively new. It's officially instituted in 1865, but it's only been rediscovered and considered as a science in the beginning of last century. So it's a very recent science, a field of science, but it has presented qualitative leaps over the last 100 years. So genetics is really one of the essential factors for production, for accessible production, and to increase efficiency. You can, together with different technologies. When we discovered in 1953, we were introduced to the molecule of life, the DNA, right? A new gate has been opened for new knowledge, and this has been evolved. And in the 70s, we had the start of the GMOs, large genetically modified organisms, so we were able to bring them as a product. So just to bring this as an example, the GMOs sometimes are a little bit of a taboo in society, but we have a bacteria, Escherichia coli, that is modified, is able to produce with much more efficiency vaccines such as hepatitis B, insulin, growth hormone, which were produced by macerating the brains of the corpses, a much more complex process, and with genetic modification allowed us to do so. Also, transgenic products were introduced. The Savor Flavor was the first transgenic product that came up, which would last longer in the shelves, and the nectin that covers the fruit lasts longer. So, but unfortunately, the lifetime was smaller than the shelf time because people didn't accept it. Then we had soy beans as well, which is very close to us. All the discussion regarding transgenic soybeans associated to other companies' use of defensive products. But the fact is that now, today, Brazil leads, together with the United States, Canada, and Argentina, the use of transgenic soybeans, and makes us one of the great players of the world market. We followed the evolution, the first human genome project in the beginning of the years 2000 is a great leap for the use of genetics, because we can now learn that the genes work similarly in all species. So if we discover them for humans or other live beings, it's the same genes. So this allowed us to map the genome of many other live beings, like the burnt vine genome from 2009, sugarcane, and many other genomes that have been mapped and that have been allowed us to move forward. And of course, all of this knowledge impacted the society from the cultural, from the social perspectives, involving a few taboos and a few creeds and beliefs that there's no way to deny that we have an exponential growth of humanity that we have not seen before. And to reach 150 million people, we needed year one. The estimation was that we had 150 million people around the world, and in 350 years this doubled. And only in the 1900s we reached the first billion of people, but then onwards it was a big leap. In 85 years we reached 5 billion people, and nowadays we have 7.5 billion, and the forecasts are for 9.5 billions by 2050, which changes the need for foods. So it's like we have a new China to be fed in just a few years. This is it's considered 70% additional food demand, and the meat segment alone is expected to increase from approximately 200 million tons to 470 million tons. And we're going to have to be able to prepare to produce this in a sustainable way. And the society has changed. There are now some social indicators that signals that there is a concern with food security and food safety, and also placed in the social media and the main big media channels. Our consumers are more and more demanding, and sometimes things they don't even know about, but there's a demand. There's this all of this talk about the subject. And on the other side, the governments have realized that preventing diseases is much cheaper than curing diseases, so there's a process of public policies in this direction, and this includes nutrition and getting people out of these zones of famine all around the world. And this affects production efficiency. Regarding livestock production, we have different technologies that are being applied currently. There are some simulations and discussions about sustainability. One of these issues are about methane, has already been discussed in other presentations, which has a very inappropriate metric that associates, especially to extensive livestock, the issue of irritation of ruminants. And maybe we need to develop some more technologies to measure this methane appropriately. Everything is transformed into carbon equivalents. The carbon lasts in the atmosphere much longer than methane, and this is not considered. And the capacity of our pastures for sequestering this carbon in a country that has 365 days of sun, which can continuously sequester this carbon in these pastures. This is not considered as well. And methane that is emitted by the rest of the industry and the urban cities don't have this pathways for compensation. So this scenario needs to be better understood and better discussed. We're not going to discuss the matter of water here. I just wanted to bring this subject because water is a big challenge for the near future. We know that agro business and livestock business is the greatest users of water in terms of production systems. So the rational use of water is something that needs to be considered and understood. Regarding the use of land, and thinking about livestock in this context, when we think about the biological value of the cultures, they are very, very different. So while soybean produces a much greater level of metabolizable protein per hectare, and corn, beef, the production of beef or livestock offers a smaller value. So, of course, we need to think about sustainable livestock production. But in the previous panel, someone mentioned that this green speech cannot go anywhere if your budget is red. So we see that livestock production has been changed to more marginal areas that have better biological value and economic value. So we need to increase the technology and mechanization of the livestock segment to remain profitable and sustainable over time. So according to the analysis and the experts, we are living from a world that was completely controllable, which was predictable, which was slow, which had impeccable references, absolute standards, and a vertical hierarchy. And we're going now into a world that is completely changeable, unpredictable, with it's fast and optimistic because of the speed of the information. It has complex references, multiple patterns, and decentralized horizontal power. And this requires a new way of thinking. not for livestock as well. So for each direction that we go now, moving forward, this sequence shows the historic sequence of the last big human crisis, the oil crisis, the Asia crisis, the American banks crisis, and shows the consumption of food over time. What happened is with the population kept growing and keep consuming more and more foods because there's no alternatives. We need to eat, right? The alternative is to die. So whatever the scenario, the population and food will be essential, of course. And this,
espaço em que
excuse me, this is favorable because sustainability must be in harmony with the capacity to meet this worldwide demand. So we need to review some standards, some requirements in terms of sustainability, because producing foods will be necessary in any scenario. And the big question that we must ask is that in this scenario, is there still room for conventional breeders? And possibly no. Possibly these producers will not be able to keep their activities like this. And genetics is an important input, like I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. And we believe that there are for large dimensions, for large classes of characteristics that need to be strongly optimized to have a more optimized and more sustainable production, which is reproductive efficiency, the speed of growth and termination, food efficiency, and adaptability to different environments. This is where the world is leading us, and that's what we need to work with. And the good news is that all of these characteristics, all of these dimensions have a genetic component that can be identified and improved. And it's interesting to note that genetics, differently from other inputs, is an intelligent strategy because it not deteriorates with time and use. Much for the contrary, there's permanent gains that are incorporated in any situation. So within the scenario, genetics is one very relevant and very interesting input and promising input to meet this demand, as long as we have appropriate information for the situation. Just to exemplify here, this is a work from 2013 showing the role of genetics. It was conducted in the United States in these two columns. What they did is really quickly, they got the genetics of Dutch breeds and compared from 1944 compared with the improved genetics from 2007, and shows that those cows from 44, they ate less food, required less energy, but 69% of what they ingested just to maintain the animal. They only delivered a little bit more than 31% to produce this milk. With the improved genetics, this role is inverted. They eat, these cows, they eat more food, but most of what they eat is what they deliver as the milk, as the product. So the milk is no longer 15 millijoules of energy to 7.1 millijoules per kilogram of milk produced. So you can see how genetics in this work, 85% of this change was considered from genetics. Of course, there are some changes in sanity and the ratio used and so on. But the great change was genetics. And here the authors did a simulation. They've produced the same thing as in 1944 using the improved cows from 2007. What would be the environmental impacts? And you would require much less nutrients, much less area, much less water. You would produce much less waste. The GHG, in this case methane, would be reduced and have a big impact on the industry as a whole. So genetics can be a permanent component. And I would like to just contextualize very quickly in case of Brazil. The zebu breeds are a very important component at the moment, that they can be adapted to our conditions in compared to other breeds. We need to remember that when Brazil was discovered, the largest mammals that existed were the tapirs. Bovines are not native from Brazil. They were introduced in the beginning of colonization. They were brought from the Iberian Peninsula, and they found a very hostile environment here. They generated, there are still some remaining animals of these specimens. They have their history value. They're here for 500 years, but they don't have any economic expression. Only in the 15th century that the zebu breeds were imported from India to Brazil, and they found a region that was extremely favorable for exponential multiplication. So the data show that about 6,000 zebus were imported from India. Let's say that it's double that or triple that. The fact is that this very reduced core multiplied, and now it represents 80% of our national herd, approximately 160 million animals with zebu genetics, which is the big basis for production here. This image from 1969, the big champion of a Nelore breed, compared to the animals from the beginning of colonization. Both are 7 years of age, bred in the same conditions, so you can see the difference genetics can bring. Brazil has one of the pioneer programs in terms of zebu breeds, which is conducted by ABCZ. We're the first country to produce genetic assessment of zebu breeds all around the world. And now we're among the 3 largest players in terms of genomic assessment of these breeds. And it's important to remember that if we're talking about sustainability, that the benefits of genetics are cumulative, but the mistakes are cumulative as well. So it's important that genetics must be considered as input, because when the egg is fertilized by the spermatozoid, there's a new individual, and there's not much work we can do from then on. So just to wrap up here, we have here in Brazil the conditions to be a supplier of foods to the world, because we have area available. We can optimize the area that we use today. We have the workforce, which is a problem all around the world. We still have this workforce, although we need to invest in qualification. We have water. We have 365 days of solar radiation. We have research and development that are serious and ongoing. We have an organized land structure that is organized and reasonably stable. We have motivated producers, and we have an adapted and improved genetics. So the projections for 2029 is for increasing by 26% in terms of grains, 31% in milk, and 27% in meat. This is not only possible, but very feasible in our condition. This is my contribution. Thank you, João.
Perfect, Luis. During the discussion stage of the panel, we can go deeper into the aspects of genomics, where Brazil is placed in comparison to other countries, and the potential of using these genetic techniques in our cattle herd. That would be quite interesting to understand. Now going to the second speaker, which is a kind of a complement to what we have spoken so far. Nutrition complementing the animal health and genetics, as mentioned in the previous presentation. So I'd like Luis Adriano to present what Embrapa has developed in terms of technology. And we should remind ourselves that we are a pastoral country. We have used some technologies related to confining and some other techniques, but we should still use the pastures, because even though they have not only low costs, they can also help us in terms of carbon emissions. Luis is a researcher of Embrapa Cerrados. He knows everything about livestock production and so forth. So I would like to hear from you what you have developed. Thank you, João. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. On behalf of Embrapa, I'd like to thank you and congratulate the organizers of this event. This is a forum that is a high point in the agribusiness sector, and our contribution by Embrapa, when we talk about efficiency of livestock production, we touch not only the genetics, which is something that we do not only in a partnership with ABCZ but other institutions, but there is the sustainable intensification too. We try to bring to you here the sustainable intensification that is materialized in two sets of technologies. The pasture recovery, which represents a very wide range of technologies, and integrated systems. Well, the integrated systems that we hope to bring, and we want to give a specific emphasis on some of them, including the integration between pastures and forests. Before we delve deeper into it, we should start by saying that our productivity in the livestock sector, both in dairy, cattle and beef cattle, is pretty much below of what we can see. The conditions that we have and the expertise that we have accumulated by research and producers is much greater. The potential that we have is much greater to the national average we get. In a dairy cattle herd, it reaches around 5 times below the potential when you look at the national average, and the beef cattle is not that far from it. The difference is that for beef cattle, we have had a faster evolution, and in the past years, we are also seeing pastures that are generating around 16 to 20 kilograms of meat per hectare per year. It's still, well, what we have in this scenario, as mentioned in the previous panel, we have a huge opportunity. The fact is that this is changing, and it has been changing quite quickly. The efficiency is on the rise, but we are not fully efficient in our livestock production. The point is that we have our entire system based on pastures, and we have a very large area. Around 18% of our territory is composed of pasture. The good news is that the pasture area has been reduced and the herd has been increased. This is an indication that the efficiency is improving, and in the Cerrado biome where we work, where we have 50 million hectares of pastures, and among this area, 26%, almost 27% of the territory of the Brazilian Cerrado is comprised of pastures. The reality is quite similar. We have an approximate herd of 53 animal units, 53 million animal units, and that results in an animal stocking rate of 1.0 animal unit per hectare. So the work that the science and research, the technical science and producers themselves, all these parties have contributed to reverse this scenario, because this animal stocking rate is the same we find in the remaining areas of the country. So we reach around 0.99 animal units in entire country in average. So we find almost same conditions in the Cerrado biome. So in terms of the pastures, pastures that are in good conditions in the Cerrado region. We have around 22.4 million hectares, according to data from the Federal University of Goiás and its respective geoprocessing lab. They estimate this area of pastures in good conditions. So, you know that, of course, this picture is just a mere representation of these pastures, but still, when it comes to moderately degraded and severely degraded pastures, we have within these two categories 60% of our pastures in the Cerrado region. But we should characterize here what is the degradation after all. It is a process, an evolutive process. It doesn't start with a single factor, and it's not something that occurs instantaneously. It occurs with time, and in Brazil, some authors characterized the kickoff of degradation in pastures due to the lack of replenishing nutrients. This is one of the basic aspects, among other factors, numerous factors, and that is, we could say, the absence of pasture management or poor management and so forth. So there are several problems which with time will encourage other factors, and not only the loss of quality and productivity, loss of coil solver, the increase of weeds and pests, bugs, termites, and then the soil begins to lose organic matter. The soil becomes more compacted, and that culminates with the soil erosion. When you get this scenario presenting lighter degradation, which is almost imperceptible to producers, the cost to recover pastures at this stage, it is almost the cost of maintenance. So with the replenishment of nitrogen, phosphate, limestone, you can quickly reestablish the productive capability. And this is what the pasture degradation is about, is the loss of productive capacity associated to several factors. And when you move forward with the degradation, we also move forward with the need of resources to recover, to renew the pastures. So this is a logical manner for us to understand the problem we have in Brazil when we find very severe rates of degradation and the difficulty that producers have to reverse this scenario, because these situations would require great investments for the recovery of productivity capacities of these areas. This slide I'd like to show to you now, it summarizes a huge set of technologies that not only Embrapa and universities work with, but several other institutions also work with that, as well as universities. So there's nothing new here, but there are two basic possibilities. Either you recover pastures that is interesting to recover them, or you renew, you renovate, you perform a renovation, you exchange the plant that grows on these pastures. That can be done directly with fertilization adjustments. There's a series of alternatives so that you can do it in a direct or indirect way, which involves the use of agriculture as an intermediate in this process, both for recovery or renovation. When you use it for lighter cases, when we are talking about the green cases, you are not destroying the pastures. You should not destroy the vegetation, or you can destroy it partially, or you can destroy it completely, and you encourage again the growth of these plants, or you can also use different crops as well. That is done both for recovery or renovation, but once these various technological possibilities are adopted, you can get either a recovered pasture or a new pasture. Many producers use, for instance, the recovery or renovation without agriculture, and we are going to show you some examples, which is the most common form of using, but the direct renovation is one of the most common manners of doing that. However, it's the most difficult way for producers to re-establish the invested capital. This is one of the problems we find here. When you have to exchange the pastures, you get a new pasture, you do it directly, and it takes time to have this investment paid back. So when you have a pasture that is mildly degraded, you can apply limestone, you can perform a direct recovery, and there is the recovery that is established at not so high cost with reasonable returns in terms of milk or beef. The more you get problems of accelerated degradation, the costs get higher. So in red we have the costs, and in blue the returns. So if you have a quite evolved problem, you will possibly have to use agriculture as an intermediate stage with higher costs but with higher possibilities of return. So there are several alternatives here. Look at this example by our colleagues at Embrapa. If you have pastures being recovered by 90 kilograms of nitrogen, you have an interesting return in terms of productivity when it comes to live weight gain and yield, and also an interesting production in terms of the weight of beef per hectare. But when you have a recovery of the pastures using soybean, the yield and the results are much more interesting, especially when you look at the weight of beef produced per hectare. So it goes to show the potential that we have compared to the national average to improve our livestock activities. Yes, there are investments for one to make, but soybean has a recipe that is not included here. The soybean pays for this investment by itself. These are alternatives that producers have. People are aware of it for many years, and what we need here is a sort of encouragement to reverse this scenario. This is a very well-known picture that was taken by a colleague, a good friend that we used to have, our good friend Armindo Kisho, who unfortunately was deceased last year, but you can see here the differences, where we can have either low or high yields. Yeah, absolutely, we should make investments, but there will be returns on these investments. So you should go after the science, you should go after technology. As businessmen, as producers, you should understand that your business should be feasible in each and every aspect. It should be sustainable in each and every aspect. And furthermore, when the pastures are recovered after the agriculture, you have a very high increase in the photosynthesis ability, and that includes the capacity of sequestering carbon. So this shows the potential of these integrated systems have, either as recoverers or renovators, either at a direct or direct manner of these pastures. I brought an interesting work we did here for technology validation at a farm near Minas Gerais, where we had a degraded pasture at these conditions. At a farm called Agroreservas, we planted on 100 hectares, half of it with corn silage and half of it with standard corn. So a basic Santa Fe system that a lot of people have been using in Brazil, and the idea was to test. Producers wanted to understand if this could work out well. So we did an off-season crop here that was planted in January, if I'm not wrong. So it was harvested in May, and by the time we managed to get 90 bags of corn per hectare, and by July we could manage to get a fully recovered pasture with a weight gain of 450 grams per head per day. Of course, the genetics was a contributor factor here, but everything else that we did also contributed very much to these good results. So not only the harvesting of the corn silage paid for the investment that was made, we could also reuse the fertilizers that were left over from the planting activities. There's a good cost amortization. This pasture recovery or renovation will be paid by the agricultural activity. And you will also get a green pasture in winter or dry season. And this is very important in Cerrado region because we have 6 months of rain and 6 months of drought. So we can get a weight gain at the most critical period of the year. So that's a very good thing. And with that, you get an improved production, liquidity, feasibility with these integrated systems. Another example we would like to show to you is an example at the Campina farm, where we did a work for 7 or 8 years making the validation of these integrated systems. We began to adopt these integrated systems around 2012, 2013, and he has a system where he plants soybean and corn silage for 2 years and then pasture for 2 years. So we can see here the reduction of the pasture areas and the increase in the stocking rate in the farm. So it shows the efficiency gain that they had and also amazing genetic gains. Just to detail the direct planting that we had, the soil was quite challenging, but still we get very interesting returns for soybean and corn. And the producer says that his genetic was completely modified, and when we start seeing gains, these things are pretty much appreciated. And he saw gains that he had never seen in his farm in a period of 40 years, such as the increase of winning weight, the insemination between 10 to 14 months, super early heifers, and they gain 1 year because he's also a seller of genetics. So this shows a huge gain. Sometimes it exceeds more than 1 kilogram, but in average the gain was around 469 grams per head per day. So the integrated crop livestock system has been researched by Embrapa since the 80s. We have technology, we have the knowledge. There is a series of information on this system. The most recent challenge involves many cases, but still there is the integration between crop, livestock and forestry. Here you can see the first years while the trees are growing, and then after a few years you bring the animals in. This system increases greatly the diversification and intensification of the land use. You can get grains, beef or milk and wood, and with that you decrease the deforestation pressures. You had a sort of a land saver effect. The animal well-being is highly increased. The shadow that is provided by these trees increase a lot the well-being of animals, and you of course get better productivity rates and weight gains as well. Just to give you one example, you can see here 60 hectares being handled with this integrated system. You can see here the animal stocking rate and the live weight gains that are much superior to other systems. When we compare to the average that we find in Brazil, you can see how much do we have to gain, how much we can grow in productive potential using these techniques. When it comes to milk, we have this work being done at Embrapa Cerrados, showing zebu cattle compared with Girolamo in this integrated system, and we can see an increase of 24% increase. There was a decrease in the body temperature of 2 degrees.
Nos sistemas de LPF, tempo de ruminação maior na área de LPF.
We also saw a rumination time of 22% and an 18% higher productivity in early stage of lactation, 17% higher productivity during the dry season, during the ICLF, and that's not to mention reproductive indicators and some others that are benefits that are provided by the system. Furthermore, we also have many good results that indicate that these ICLF systems promote a positive GHG emission balance, because even though the emissions are constant, there are possibilities of having a direct reduction of emissions by a balanced diet and other possibilities. But yeah, animals keep on emitting methane by enteric fermentation, but there is the sequestration of CO2, and there is also the important aspect of animal welfare. So there are huge gains to be achieved here. There are metrics being analyzed by we at Embrapa Cerrados, and we can see a very positive balance in these ICLF systems, and we see the carbon stock entries making a huge difference, and that's a very good thing. And getting to the final slide, with that, Embrapa created a brand or a sort of a concept trademark that is an auditable protocol that aims at the certification of meat with ICLF or ILFL systems. This system has been supported by the MyFrig product company, and with that the meat is then able to receive this seal, becoming a meat with an added value and a meat that can then demonstrate its added value and all the careful process and the accountability that the producers wish to provide in these integrated systems. This is what I wanted to present to you. I apologize if I exceeded my time.
Thank you, Luis. We're going to have a little bit more time for our discussion, to have a little bit more information. We know that currently Brazil has exceeded 15 million, more than 15 million hectares with the adoption of ELP and LPF systems. So this is a reality already, and it's a no point of no return, right? So now to call Cris Moraes, civil engineer, rural producer, president of the Secretary of Livestock Chamber of the and she's going to talk about her practical experience on the daily routine of the farm. Let's see how is the daily routine of the farms, right, Chris? If these technologies are adopted, how these processes are dealt with, and we're seeing that, is this feasible, is it not? Can we be paid for it? Please tell a little bit of your experience on your farm, using all of these new solutions and focusing on sustainable production. First of all, thanks you all to be here with all of you, João, Luis, and also to the organizers of this huge event, GAF 2022. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Cris Moraes. I'm a civil engineer. I'm a rural producer. I'm here as the president of the Livestock Chamber at the Secretariat of Agriculture of the State of São Paulo. I'm also coordinator of Agro at SENEC. Just to understand, SENEC is the Women Entrepreneur Culture Council, which is part of the São Paulo Trade Chamber and FACESP and the CACB, with more than 2,300 commercial associations, trade associations in Brazil. In this discussion today, I'm going to share with you inside the farms how we can have more efficiency, increase the animal units per hectare, having more technology, and with precision agriculture, without forgetting the basic principle, animal well-being and sustainability. So I call it the mega aerobic cropping in beef cattle. But we need to understand why do we have this mega aerobic cropping, because we had to understand what we're going to sell. What we're going to sell to the slaughterhouses. They have we have the small animals, and we sell directly to the slaughterhouse. We sell kilograms of carcass with sustainability, because my land is certified by CAR. I already registered with PRA here in the state of São Paulo, and I have environmental surplus from my land. So this means that within the biome of my land, I'm also doing my part, because more and more people are aging, and there's more people in our planet, and people want to eat better and better food, right? So I sell the kilo of carcass with sustainability, because the good practices of every day of the whole communication of the protected chain link inside and outside the farm, this is the importance of great communication of sustainability, because when we are selling this kilogram of carcass with sustainability, this means food security. This means that the families have food on their table, on their plates, and I'm able to know the results when the cattle is sold to the slaughterhouses. So this is my good practices. My good practices are every day, all day. And in my farms, they don't drink. The cows don't drink water from the lakes or anything. The whole land is fenced. The water resources are preserved, and they only drink from the wells. So we need to dimension all the infrastructure to bring this water to all of these pastures. So we need to dimension the infrastructure, the flow, without forgetting the manometric height of your pump, if you have a pump, if you have a water reservoir. So the next slide shows the pillars that I discussed, some of them already. So this conversion and increased production per hectare into sustainability and animal well-being with management, entrepreneurship, genetics, technology, precision agriculture. Without any of that, we wouldn't be able to do it. So it's really important to have this whole communication of the productive chain. Identify each link of this chain, item by item, where you can have more efficiency. In our land, we divide it in two scenarios. The droughts and the floods, right? So it's very important to understand what you're going to do. Because the boys here, they had great presentations showing what science teaches that it's possible to do. And we, inside our farms, you have the obligation to be together with them to increase the production per hectare. And why we call it mega aerobic crops? Because we need to take care not only of the pastures inside of my farm, but also the corn, because we have corn silage during the drought season, and this allows us to supply safely to our cattle as food. And in consequence, this is the food that we're going to consume later on. I'm going to show to the next slides because it's more interesting. We have some pictures. This slide, I could use this slide alone to do all my presentation, but I'm going to show you some pictures. We need to move the cycle, right? The cows need to be bred, need to be born, need better genetics to have better performance. Because currently, why we have this mega aerobic crops is a small rural land to increase the production. Today we have 6 animals per hectare. It's aggressive, but that's why we have good financial management and planning. And the cycle needs to move on because the cattle goes to the slaughterhouse. We need new cattle to be going into the farms, but each step is identified. So each step is treated individually, and we have 3 types of with grass in there. But we did the land leveling in all pastures to have increased performance in each of them. And how we're able to do this? With science, research and development, and technology. And the execution is the day by day, which you're going to see in the next slides. And the result is the financial freedom that we have to be able to pay for your costs, to offset your replacement, and allow to travel around the country. You need to have the control of your balance of your cash flow and your accountability. You can see the slide that we have the car certificate with the environmental surplus, considering that biome, the Brazilian Cerrado, and we are doing our part on this daily routine, which are these actions that everyone can do to not only increase agro production, but increase production indoors. Do you recycle in your homes? You need to start this at home. Glass. I lived in Switzerland for 22 years ago, and there at home, at the farm, we do recycling of glass, paper, plastics, organics. These daily actions, not only inside the farm, that allow this identification. And the car with environmental surplus, that's why I sell the kilogram with sustainability. And since no animal enters the preservation areas and we preserve the water resources, we're doing our part. And this is what I like to show to everyone, to make it clear for everyone. There are rural producers and livestock producers that are reference for the world. I'm going to show you a few of the technology actions. I think, okay, let's go back one slide, please. As you can see, it's been years and years of doing some changes to be able to adapt ourselves to improve efficiency, improve productivity. We can no longer measure the producer by the size of the land, but for the capacity of conversion, their productivity, with sustainability, with good practices, with good management and governance. Your actions will define if you are a good rural producer or if you're a good manager. And there's no miracle, right? Debit, credit, and balance, right? Sometimes it's not easy to understand this, but the most important of all is for the rural producers, the livestock producers, this sustainability and animal well-being are very important, because food security starts on the feed that we give to our animals, and as a consequence to have better food later on for us to eat. You can see here there's a well. They only drink water from the wells. The cattle does not drink water. We wash all the infrastructure every week, and depending on the weight and the time, we need to wash all the infrastructure every day. And the troughs. This will result in increased weight, increased sustainability, and of course, don't forget the manometric height of your water reservoir. You have to wash the troughs. You have to have this water pressure. You can see here the pastures as well. Here, to understand in terms of animal well-being, we have the big pumps, and now we have the concrete troughs that are pre-molded concrete with the integration of in each item of animal well-being. We assess I use a horse, and I apply the same standards for the cattle as well. There's no. We use flags. We have some place where we confine the cattle, and everybody is able to work safely. It don't matter if it's a small animal or a big animal, if they need to go, or a full-sized animal that is going to the water house. It's almost 600 kilos to keep them safe, not for the animals, but for the breeders as well, and everybody who works in the farm to be able to work safely, to do some curing, to improvements, apply the vaccines that are required. But all the time, food security and food safety is double. It's double. It's double. It's for the animals and for the food that we're going to consume as well. Here you can see the division regarding the types of grass. Agriculture 5.0 in each pasture. In each pasture, we use GeoFert. GeoFert is the latest technology in precision agriculture for soil analysis. We use it in all pastures. There's no contamination with the samples. Each grid, the drill is 0.20 centimeters, then 20 to 40 centimeters. The samples are not contaminated. They're taken to the lab. So as I mentioned, we have 3 types of grass. I can control each type of them. Of course, don't forget the handling of the pastures is really important. Do not allow it compact near the troughs. Both of the troughs need to be there. The less this animal has to walk, the less energy they spend. So if they have to walk a lot, they're spending this energy to walk and not to turn into production of protein. We use all this data, put it into the software computers, and with the technicians and agronomists and veterinarians, we do this supplementation to have better production and have a more economic production in the rain season and the drought season. We have the latest technology with the computer that allows us to, for each batch, we know exactly the time and date. We have all of this information, so when we're going to correct the pastures here, we apply these products with a variable rate, even for the limestone and fertilizers as well. Without fertilizers, we can't increase our efficiency and our production per hectare. It doesn't matter if pasture or supplementation with corn, because either goes to the silo or goes to the ratio, and this ratio is going to the industry, then goes to the farm, and then together with the silo, we are able to have better performance and improve the efficiency of this kilo of carcass with sustainability. As you can see in the second picture, when we are going to apply the fertilizers, it's an outsourced service, so we have a technician with a truck, and we do the application. We have the computer there, so they apply the product exactly. The first year, it was a lot of resistance to do it, but what I saved with limestone and what I saved with approximately 30% of limestone in the first year because of the precision, accuracy, and exact application of the fertilizers. Now supplementation, when we go to the drought season, the cycle continues. We need to sell our kilo of beef. So we have the silos. Since it's a technology that has already been implemented, we have horizontal silos and long, as you can see, and the efficiency of the machine, of this piece of machinery there, they're able to load the silos at an almost 1 meter of height, and with this machinery they're able to load and mix and apply the product with precision agriculture. This is the communication between all the links in the productive chain, and we can do our own assessment. You can assess what we have in our farm so that we're able to do the correct supplementation. In this farm, we selected to do corn silage, but you need to look for your biome and see how you need to do it on your land. And this is the final result that we have. You can see that we have animal well-being. I'm lying down there of the batch 2 years before going for the slaughterhouse.
500 quilos.
This is an animal almost 500 kilo that I can open the door, considering the well-being and work with the animal within this containment part. And we also use the good practices inside the corral. There are circular corrals nowadays. There's no pictures, but we did it in our farm. Some rotating door that you push the door, and this reduces the time of the animal being there at this moment from entering the corral and then going through all the parts of the corral. This improves efficiency on our daily routine, improves the productivity, and to have this final result, an average slaughter in our batches, new animals, 3+ fat layer, and yield of approximately 62%. But this is the big communication between precision agriculture with science, research development, genetics. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do it. My project there is based on the animal 777, which really helped us to revolutionize livestock. 7 months for breeding, 7 months for fattening. This is what I wanted to share with you, because yes, it is possible to do it with a lot of entrepreneurship, with a lot of planning, with a lot of correct management, and a lot of sustainability, and many actions between all the links in the productive chains. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. A lot of control as well, right? Because this is a system with high efficiency. I think your presentation sums up what we were discussing here in practice. It's not, unfortunately, we have not a long time we could see your spreadsheets in detail. Would be really cool because we could see your results. Because you have positive results, otherwise we would not be keeping it in operation. With this quick turn, probably this will give you good speed and good gains in terms of productivity. We have just a few more minutes. I'll ask each one of you a question. I'd like to Dr. Luis asks us, what is the potential for growth that genetics still have in Brazil? I mean, it's polemic subject. There's a deficit in whole Brazil of animals per year. We need to grow a lot. We're still talking about genomic, and we have a deficit on small and medium properties and lands. We need a program for genetics to achieve this goal of permeate this genetics at the base of the pyramid, because the small producers, they produce the small animals that are going to support the breeding of whole countries. So what are your figures, and what is the idea we have in terms of potential for growth for genetics in Brazil?
Well, João, I could say that we are basically just starting the process. We are just scratching the surface when it comes to what the genetics could offer. Sometimes we could be idealizing a process, but then we would have to have a program with at least 3 million cows so that they could produce a number of animals, and then we could have the half of this number of male animals. Let's say that we could have around 1 million male animals being born, and in theory would have half of this population that could be improvers. So this ought to serve this commercial herd of animals that would result in a number of 30 to 40,000 oxes per year, but we would need to have, yes, a very large program. We do have this potential to be exploited. I think this is the good news here. Yeah, I believe that there's a lot of room for new genetic producers here. Yeah, there is this possibility of taking the genetics to small-sized and medium-sized producers. We have created commercial mechanisms that the improving genetic could have seemed in the past quite inaccessible to producers, but it is accessible. I think that these returns can be available quite soon, and it is perfectly possible to work on that. And Progenetica is one of the programs that is trying to improve this process. I was thinking when Luis Adriano was showing that improved pastures, how using an inadequate genetic there would be such an investment badly used there. So this is something to pay attention. Yes, I think that there's a lot of room for us to grow and how we can adopt genetics of how we can adopt genetics as a way of verticalize our activities and finally achieve a more sustainable and long-term livestock activity. Luis, you presented so many interesting and important solutions in the sense of increasing productivity. Today in the morning, Marcos was talking about the ELPF integrated systems as being one of the revolutionary technologies that Brazil is presenting. What is the major difficulty of using this concept and bringing this concept to small and medium-sized properties? We are a continental-sized country, but I believe that we have seen so many solutions, and we are talking about the systems for so long. He was one of the protagonists at COP26. I was personally there presenting integration systems as one of the solutions for the Brazilian livestock activity. But what is the challenge here so that we can expand that and make it more accessible? What are the challenges? Yes, you mentioned some of the possibilities. Yes, we should work on the transfer of technology because we have our own technologies. We should be proud of that. There is nothing that was created abroad. This is our reality developed by our research and with the contribution from our producers. Many of the solutions come from things that producers identify first, but it is natural that Brazil is demanding technical assistance. We do have a gap when it comes to technical assistance in most of the states, and we can say that the private technical assistance cannot handle all the demand we see here. Small and medium-sized producers, they should look as possible companies that can help and bring at least some minimal guidance. And maybe these could be cooperatives, associations, but what we are trying to do is try to keep the speech, the discussion going. I've been working with this for more than 20 years, and there are colleagues at Embrapa who have been working with this integration systems for more than 40 years. But what do we know so far? We know that these systems increase the level of diversification, the economic feasibility as well, but they're more complex in their management. So producers, either livestock producers or farmers, when they have large properties, they have conditions of absorbing these investments. Farmers, as though it might seem strange, they have more ease to join these integrated systems. But that has been changing because we are seeing younger generations or producers who are looking for new alternatives in face of crisis, and the information is there. The information is available when it comes to Embrapa, that is a public company. Most of the publications are available in PDF file format on the internet. People who want to find information can find it. So I would say 2 words here. Yes, there are credit lines. There is ABC Mais, which renewed program that brings advantages and some benefits, but this cannot be solved by the use of credit only. We should take knowledge and the change of attitude to these properties, and this is a challenge, and it's understandable. We understand that producers might find it difficult because there is a huge gap of technical assistance, and our knowledge and technology transfer process is slow. We at Embrapa, we generate technologies and we try to transfer part of it, but in the 70s this was performed by technical assistance companies, and they are slightly behind. I believe that the challenge is for producers to look for information and qualification. Yes, considering that the information sources have expanded today, you have your smartphone, you have many possible ways that would not be available some time ago. And there is something that drew my attention in your presentation, is that you mentioned the amount of kilograms of carcass per hectare being sustainable. You used in a very assertive way this terminology to your product. You're selling this product with this competitive edge, this yield at around 60%, and you have this award that is paid, and it is interesting at your results. So yeah, tell us about. Yes, we try to do what food security requires us to do. So we should, yes, study this entrepreneurship, technology, the use of fertilizers. Yes, we are able to produce our own fertilizers here domestically, and I am adding value to products, but I can only do that to the products that I sell because I'm doing my good practice, because I am adding technology to the entire productive chain so that I can sell it to the cold storage companies at good prices. And they can only do that because we have a very long chain in the livestock industry, but I have a very good conversation with many of these links involved in the chain. We have a good conversation with the agrochemical industry, with the food security aspects, and food security that we are talking about here, not only the animal welfare and not only for the herds, but for us who will eat that food. This is a matter of public health. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the members of the audience who have watched this panel. I'd like to thank Cris, Luis Adriano, Luis Josaquian. It is a shame that we have to interrupt, but I know that we could have kept on talking for hours and hours on end. This is a very good and interesting subject that can be very fruitful to each and every one of us. I want to thank you for the invitation and for this opportunity.
Olá, muito bom dia, boa tarde, na verdade, para você.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening for all of you in attendance. If you're at home or here at your office or live here in our event, my name is Cassiano Ribeiro. I'll be the moderator for this panel. We have here Mariana Crespolini as Director of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Supply, a rural producer as well. Then we have Glaucia Mendes de Souza, Professor of Bioinfapesp, Universidade de São Paulo. She's with us remotely, and if you can watch us online, you will be able to watch her on your screens. And our last panelist is Mark Lira, Senior Director, Energy Innovation, Sumitomo Corporation, directly from New York. I thank you, Mark, for being here with us. Did you have a good trip? Okay, thank you. So we'll start. We have 25 minutes for each panelist to do their presentation. We'll start with Mariani, and then we'll follow with Glaucia remotely, and finally Mark will give his presentation. So we're going to talk about carbon emission neutralization. Mariani, the floor is yours. I think let's start. We'll just need the Mariana's presentation. Okay, here's the first slide. Well, everyone, good afternoon. I'd like to first congratulate my friends here, Mark, Graciani, a lot of friends that I've seen here in these events, a lot of partners. And I would like to start thanking Data Agro and Monique for the organization of this event and talk a little bit. Of course, Cassiano mentioned I was in for 3.5 years in the Ministry of Agriculture. Minister Teresa Cristina gave me a big challenge, which is to review the ABC plan, which is one of the main policies for the reduction of GHG gases in agriculture. And for my whole career as a master's and a doctorate, I studied the transformations that agriculture has been going through, and how we've been discussing this, Cassiano, how can we speed up this transformation? So how can we reach this net zero carbon emissions even faster?
Será que é aqui para passar? Aí foi.
Okay. So I'd like to start real quick with some history. Brazil is a great exporter of food stuff, but in the 70s and 80s, Brazil imported essential foods. So I like this picture. We imported beans. If you're from abroad, you don't know that rice and beans is the basic food of Brazilians. And we imported some of these foods. And what made this change, and what is the learnings that we have to achieve this net zero that we were talking? Everything depends on technology, investment, and innovation. I could talk about many institutions here, but this is the creation of Embrapa. So our agriculture really had a leap with this innovation and technology and research. Just a little bit of figures. Production of grains for each hectare that we planted, we had 1 ton of grain harvested. Now this proportion is almost 4 to 1, and this is the most beautiful chart to talk about this future. My father used to say that the off-season corn. Now the off-season second harvest corn represents 70% of our production. So the first harvest we can see in blue was 20% beginning of 2020. Now we're talking about 70%, and we can see some yellow there, which is the third harvest. So what made it happen? Research. Not only genetic improvement and development of new productive systems, irrigated agriculture, more sustainable production systems, and more resilient production systems. I'm going to talk about direct cultivation, which is the best way to sequestering carbon from the soil and allows our production to resist more without rain. And here I like to show this chart here in Brazil, how we're able to increase this planted area, the cultivated area. It's 70 million hectares, but we need to remember that this is the planted area. There are more than 20 million hectares that we're going to have 1, 2, or maybe 3 harvests. So we plant soybeans in the beginning of October when we have the start of the rain season in Brazil. I love this picture because it shows the straw in the middle of the soybeans here, which is this is what sequesters the carbon. This is what maintains the organic matter in the soil and maintains the soil humid for a longer time. That's the advantage of our tropical agriculture. So we plant the corn together with the pastures. You can see how many hours of work we have of our scientists, so that when we harvest the corn, we have a pasture that is growing exuberantly. And you can see here it's growing. I'll show some picture that I took 2 years ago. It was July 26, 2 years ago. And then we include the pastures. So you can see here in São Paulo we have a dry weather. Our gardens are dying, but we can have these pastures in our dry season without irrigation. This is a technology for tropical agriculture which sequester carbon and promote a more resilient livestock production. We have moments of big challenges. This is the prices of the food baskets. They dropped comparing the 70s until 2020. I talked to him. We need to update this chart. And now what we've seen is a rise in prices worldwide, and the Economist is forecasting the situation regarding food security in Brazil and all over the world. And in this context, we have a great public policy, which is the ABC plan. The first phase started in 2010. I love to talk about the subject. You're passionate about the subject, right? Yeah, I'm super passionate about it because this plan is an example of it's not a government policy, it's a state policy. It started in 2010. It was reviewed in 2020 and increased, the technology increased, involvement of more researchers, and the ambitions also increased. This was the first phase. 6 technologies were incentived. We are talking about Assad. He was a big name in the creation of this plan together with other researchers. And in 2010, Brazil said, okay, we're going to recover 35 million hectares, which is approximately the size of Germany. And the results were 52 million hectares. When I joined the government in 2019, and I said, well, where are these areas? And then Laerte from the Federal University of Goiás, they mapped this and showed where are these recovered areas. So this 2010, these areas in green were pastures that were severely degraded. In 2018, when they measured for the last time, there was a recovery of 27 million hectares. My last slides and the provocation that I had with Cassiano, what do we need to do to speed it up? Of this 27 million hectares, only 4 million were financed by the ABC program within the Safra program. And what else has been financed by other resources, or what is happening in Brazil? The producers' own capital, because it improves profitability. So ABC was transformed to ABC Plus. More than 50 institutions and 600 researchers were involved. So ABC Plus was the result of collaboration and cooperation. It's very important, science-based, in the street documents. They're in the homepage of the Ministry of Agriculture. Were translated into English. We have the equivalent of 10,000 pages of scientific articles and papers. What are the emission and removal factors of tropical agriculture? Because for not long ago, we used the European factors, and so now our science is more robust to bring this information. And the orange one is very important, which are strategies to adapt to climate change in the Brazilian food systems. I love this picture because when we talk about agriculture and livestock production here in Brazil, that's it. This is a rural property. I don't see only the grain production, only direct planting in the beginning of the image. I see a landscape. I can see the forestry code in which at least 20% of the area is maintained with native vegetation. So this was the design of ABC Plus, of the new phase of ABC Plus. It's very important to look at decarbonization technologies. I'm going to present some new technologies. also connected to the forest code. So we have preservation, compliance with the legislation, combining with the adaptation and mitigation strategies. So new technologies. This is a beautiful picture. You can see the Brazilian dairy livestock. You can see the pastures, forest components, and we have a big challenge to recover these degraded pastures. How can we do it? How can we incentive these rural producers? Because they need to take this decision, and they are the protagonists of these results. To leave the left side and go to the right side of this picture. Currently, Brazil, a lot has been done. We have 74 million hectares of pastures in good conditions, but we still have 88 million hectares that has some degree of degradation. This picture in the beginning is easier. We need to control the pests and the weeds, but the severely degraded areas is not easy and not cheap to recover.
15 milhões de hectares a mais.
So we have 15 million hectares, which is more than the planted areas, but there are 15 million hectares that has some level of degradation. So we have a big potential here to increase our production by recovering these degraded pastures. I think this is the big leverage that we have to increase Brazilian production. Some figures here. This is my area of research. It's feasible. So the degraded pasture, the cost for production is much higher for a liter of milk. It's almost the sale price of the arroba, and it's not paying the cost, or the price is not good. So what's your production costs? That's what I ask the producers. And here's some example: 220 reais per arroba. So this is some of the women that I know, and we can even lower this value with technology and sustainability. We can produce 10 times more beef or milk in the same area. This improves profitability. This is a study that we've conducted. It's not good only for the rural producers, but this measures how much of the ABC program goes back into the society. Approximately billions of reais came back to the society for the social gains of these pastures. So we do this, the integrated systems, planted forests, irrigated systems. Irrigated agriculture is a good technology for Brazil, done with appropriate handling of water, because we have, this is a map issued by ESALC, which shows the green and red, green and yellow areas are 15 million hectares that are degraded, that have the potential for irrigation. The technology that avoid emissions and ensures that we have 3 crops and more resilient production. And inputs, well, I don't even, biological fixation of nitrogen, waste treatment, methane reduction, treating the waste and diversifying the income of the producers is very important, and finishing systems. We are not using feedlots as a term because when the animals are confined and go direct to the ratio, they emit more GHG gases than animals in pastures. To avoid this 6 months, which they even lose weight during the droughts, to bring this combination, you can see the native vegetation in the back, the pastures are well managed, and termination with the trolls. So these are the new technologies. 72 millions of hectares in the next 10 years with the mitigation, not expectation. There's a calculated mitigation of 1.1 tons of CO2, of equivalent CO2. Here at the end of my presentation, I love this picture because people think, oh, it's an European animal. No, this is this crossing between zebu and angus is, and what you see in this picture, what is important is traceability. To have this carbon reduction, we reduce marginal costs and can add some value to the product. Here's an example of scientific basis. It's the low carbon beef when you have good pastures, or even the neutral carbon beef when you have the forestry components. Those trees are there sequestering carbon together with the pastures and are able to neutralize the emissions of the animals. So this is the picture that I took this picture very close to Campo Grande at an integration system between the agriculture and the pasture. You can see the quality of this pasture. This is technology, increases the income for the producers, reduces marginal costs. This is sustainable livestock production. Same time of the year, the aerial photo of Brasilia. This is not only for large cultures. We have here cocoa. So this agroforestry systems, we can hear the cocoa conciled with the preservation of native vegetation. You can see here the pasture is burned as the forest component maintains this pasture in frost periods. I like real cases. This is Santa Brígida, $50 of loss per hectare per year. And you can see the farm today, $1,400 of profit per hectare per year. And marginal production cost decrease 50% and reduced marginal costs, same area. I think the message from net zero and low carbon agriculture, the message is it's possible to produce more cheaper foods with better profitability, less inflation, and environmental conservation, looking at this rural farm as a landscape. The challenges and opportunities, I would like to emphasize three them strategies. Investment in research, and the companies that are present here are very important for this subject. Investment in transfer of technology and rural credits, all like we're going to discuss in the future, the green bonds, financing alternatives, and so on. That's it. You have my contact information here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marianne. We have just heard Marianne Crespolini. He was a PhD Economic Development and former Director of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Supply. And before we get to Mark, let's follow the order that was established here. We will hear from Glaucia Mendes de Souza, a professor who will speak to us remotely. She's a professor at FAPESP University of São Paulo. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Good to hear you. Where are you now? Tell us. I'm in São Paulo. You didn't want to come in person. Yeah, it wasn't possible, unfortunately. I will try to share my screen. Yes, actually, I think that everyone is already watching your presentation, so you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much, Cassiano. Good. Let's go then. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you. I'd like to start by thanking everyone for the invitation. This is an excellent opportunity for us to disclose what the research has pointed as the way forward for the reduction of emissions and even maybe the neutralization of emissions with the use of bioenergy. I am coordinator of FAPESP's program that is called BioN for the research of bioenergy solutions. This program was created in 2009 and it has funded more than 300 projects. $200 million invested in research in the past 10 years. And we cover the entire field of knowledge in terms of bioenergy, biofuels, biofuel plants, and sustainability, and others. BioN takes part of the International Agency of Energy, where I coordinate the task force for decarbonization of transportation. Brazil and Sweden are going to be the coordinators for the following 3 years, and BioN coordinates the activities of 2 task forces representing Itamaraty, which is the Foreign Relations Office we have in Brazil, representing the Ministry of Energy for the sustainability of bioenergy within the scope of bioeconomy. What I would like to present to you is an analysis we prepare regarding the sustainability and the potential of sustainable expansion of bioenergy in emerging countries and emerging markets. This work is likely to be published as a paper aimed at informing public policies. It is pretty much focused on the scope of the BioN program at FAPESP, our institution. We began this analysis trying to integrate different methodologies to create sustainability indicators based on real data, on actual data from emerging countries. So here we put together technical and economical feasibility analysis, lifespan analysis, and here we measure the emissions, and also exergy analysis. This is a concept from thermodynamics that can be used. The destruction of energy that would be irreversible energy generation process that we could avoid, we could say. So we are expanding this scope of sustainability analysis that quite often is not very useful in our daily lives. We see often that there are many definitions of what is sustainability, trying to bring data from process engineering throughout the entire chain. To start, well, this is an analysis only regarding the south of the equator. We began to look at the expansion of bioenergy, especially in countries with large populations or developing countries that have the potential for the production of bioenergy. And in order to classify this potential, we looked at the policies enforcing these countries. And we classified them into three groups. One has policies that are fully implemented. So we have the majority of Latin America here and the southeast of Asia as well. Countries where we already have a sort of a blend mandate biofuels and fossil fuels. These are the countries shaded in green: China, India, Australia, and there are countries which have a favorable institutional environment with an established policy. However, these policies are not implemented yet. In order for us to create our database, let's keep in mind that this is a research product where we are trying to develop methodologies. We began with 4 countries that are important and represent 30% of biofuels around the world, more than 50% of the ethanol production, and 20% of biodiesel production. So Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Guatemala. Brazil is a leading country here when it comes to the production of ethanol in this group. It is a self-sufficient country, but has a market already established with other partners for this ethanol product, followed by Argentina. Argentina also manages to have its ethanol production. Then Colombia, that produces less than it consumes, so it has to import. And Guatemala. Guatemala is a paradoxical country because it doesn't consume, it doesn't have, so this is one of the countries that has a favorable environment, but it still has not implemented a biofuel program. It produces, but it exports all the biofuel that it produces to the US. It doesn't have an internal consumption. And in terms of biodiesel, Brazil is the largest producer in this group, followed by Argentina, Colombia, and Guatemala. doesn't produce it. We assess it here, both the sugar cane and corn ethanol. Here we have the routes and the several systems for the production, and in both cases we produce biofuels and food. Talking about sugarcane, we produce sugar, and talking about corn, we produce the distillers grain. Talking about the conversion platforms for sugarcane, we have integrated production units for electric energy that is exported to the grid. In the 4 countries, talking about corn, we haven't assessed corn in Brazil, but this is a case from Argentina. They use natural gas for their processes. So, besides not exporting, they are taking it from the system, and that is reflected on the emissions. So we can see that, in average, they are quite similar in terms of emissions in comparison to gasoline, around 60% of reduction in emissions, but in the Argentinian corn, this level is reduced to 37% because they use this natural gas in their systems. Talking about biodiesel, let's remind ourselves that when we produce biodiesel, if this is a palm biodiesel as they do in Colombia, they also produce food in the form of animal feed and glycerin. In terms of soybean, they also produce food, and emissions are also huge when we look at diesel. So, looking at the emissions, all these cases that were studied, they are significantly contributing to the reduction in emissions. When we look at land use, this is a matter that is directly associated with sustainability management that we have seen throughout the years, where these biofuels can sometimes compete with food security, or they could result in the use of water that is quite excessive in these systems. We are looking into these aspects here. There is one aspect that we have not managed to look at, the social impacts. These things would require more science, more data, so that we could generate this analysis. But in general, for none of these countries, the use of land is excessive. We find significant areas in these 4 countries that are being used for pastures, followed by areas that are used in agriculture, and these very thin slices are the millions of hectares that we use for biofuels. So really, it is not due to the lack of available land. And we would even like, perhaps, to have a move similar to what we've seen in Brazil, which is the replacement of pastures by biomass production. And we have seen that in other countries because this has proven to provide several advantages. One of the matters, well, we saw a huge demand in the International Agency of Energy for studies that can demonstrate how much biomass we have, how much biomass we will be able to produce, and where. One of the options that we have observed with studies made from a global assessment of the bioenergy sustainability done in 2015, most of the lands, they are in Latin America and Africa for this expansion. And there we find a lot of extensive use of pastures that are degraded and could be recovered with the use of crops with the purpose of getting bioenergy as a byproduct, as a result. So we had some studies in Asia, including the storage of carbon in the soil in this transition between pastures to sugarcane crops, for instance. And we've seen that the payback time during this transition, from the moment you begin to use the land with sugarcane, it takes from 2 to 3 years. So that is, within this period, we are able to reduce emissions that were emitted during the transition. Then we made some calculations considering the energy efficiency of this bioenergy in these 4 countries with these biofuels. We also looked at the emissions through the lifespan analysis, and the TRL, the technologies that we could perhaps start to implement now. Using the data that we got officially from governmental agencies that are sometimes even out of date, because we are looking at examples now of higher productivity levels. We would need here perhaps to convert 5% of pastures in these 4 countries to double the production of biofuels that I mentioned. Slightly more in Guatemala, slightly less in Colombia, but with 5%, give or take, we would be able to expand considerably the production of biofuels. I believe it has already been mentioned, but anyway, we have a legislation that rewards the reduction of carbon intensity in the production of biofuels in Brazil, and that is RenovaBio. We have a similar legislation in California. We have ongoing studies that are trying to look at the policies that work out well around the world, and RenovaBio is one example of that. What we did was try to transpose RenovaBio into the situation of these 4 countries, and maybe throughout 1 year the entire production of biofuels could be rewarded either for ethanol and biodiesel in these countries. And we calculate that if this ICBio, that is this decarbonization credit that is being granted for approved plants, we would be generating around $630 million for this industry in these 4 countries within 1 year. So I'd like to reiterate that, because Brazil is and has always been an example of practices in the production of bioenergy. We have technologies that are really presenting gains in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of reduction of emissions, and we finally have a policy that is rewarding these lessons that have been learned, this learning curve we have gone through that could be replicated all around the world, and we have made huge efforts to disseminate what is happening in Brazil. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I believe that you have exceeded your time. If you could just wrap up your presentation, that would be excellent. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Just to wrap up here then, showing you a little bit of this analysis that points to the areas, the points in the systems where we could interfere to improve our gains. We did this analysis of mass flow, and now these processes that I have just shown you, and now we can add a point where we could increase the efficiency, and that, for instance, could be the cogeneration of electric energy. In the case of biodiesel in Brazil, in these extraction of oil as well. So all these integrated data allow us to conclude that in these 4 countries, the bioenergy is sustainable from the energy point of view. It contributes to the reduction in emissions, and it would be feasible for us to use pastures to make this transition to quickly double our production of bioenergy. We have identified the knowledge gaps where we should be investing, and I could say that one of the points is productivity and resiliency to future climates. And we could be talking more about that if we by chance get time later. And I leave you with these slides, and I also thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Professor Glaucia. We will have time to talk and discuss the subject. And now I'm going to call to the floor Mark Lira. He's the Senior Director of Sumitomo, direct from New York, here in São Paulo, Brazil. Mark, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. So Professor Glaucia went over 4 minutes, so you have, so it's a big pleasure to be here. Thanks for the organizers, Dr. Plinio, for the invitation. It's an honor to share a little bit of the ideas that we have with such an illustrious panel and with these 2 days that were so great and so interesting and brought a lot of good information and new information to everyone. So just to talk a little bit about myself before I start. As soon as I graduated from university, I moved to Hong Kong and worked at AT&T. The company was founded by Alexander Graham Bell, the inventor of telephone, and I was thinking, wow, the best seller in history of time must have worked for AT&T at the time, because imagine how difficult it was to sell the first telephone. I mean, who do they call to, right? So let's go back to this point soon, but after Hong Kong, I moved back to the United States. I worked with consultancy, nobody's perfect, right? And then I moved to Europe, worked at Nissan when we were developing the electric car. And that's when I started to realize about climate change. And my daughter was born, and I said, I'll go back to Brazil. I joined Cosan in 2008, responsible for ethanol. I was part of the team that negotiated with Shell to create Raízen. And then 2013, I came back to Cosan to start a new company for the group to use the sugarcane waste to generate pellets to export to Asia and Europe. Sumitomo Corporation became a shareholder of this business in 2016. In 2018, I joined Sumitomo in New York, now taking care of all of the part of energy transition. Sumitomo is a company of more than 400 years. They're involved in practically all sectors of economy and in every country in the world. So I've been there for 4 years, and every day I learn some new business and some new company within the group. And one of the cool things that happened last year is that we committed to becoming a zero carbon company until 2050. We created a new business unit that is something that didn't happen in over 30 years to take care of all the sectors of the economy and all geographies in a transversal way to look for opportunities for energy transition. And we have a view on how we have the society in the future at 2050. Based on hydrogen and this convergence of different technologies. But we also have some things that we have seen at short term. And there I'll go back to the connection. So the value of the telephone that, as I mentioned in the first slide, was not being able to call everyone. And nowadays we see the same thing as how to capture value in this low carbon economy. First, you need to connect the information and share this information regarding emissions. And also we have this clear notion that you can do this transition alone, right? It's really important to engage all the stakeholders and have common language that is still lacking when we talk about emissions. Many companies and many geographies use different emission factors, so we have some challenges to overcome. We have a few messages that we need to repeat over and over again, because there's a lot of information, as we've been hearing here today, that hasn't reached where it needs to reach in terms of foreign markets, Europe, Asia, and United States. Things like, for example, our forest code is probably stricter than all other countries that we negotiate with. Of course, this is related, we need to recognize that what is missing is the implementation of this forestry code and the enforcement of this forestry code. So before we are able to have a free entrance in all markets, we really need to focus on this issue, and I think that we will be able to do so, and we'll continue to be stricter with this law here in Brazil. I think the issue of the area available, there are few countries in the world that have so much area available, and in case of Brazil, use less than 1% of their areas, but we have 50% of the exportation of sugarcane from this small area, and a lot of fuels for the auto cycle. So it's an excellent example of something that can be expanded into other areas, into other fields, without affecting sustainability. After all, I mean, especially sugarcane, of course, other crops as well have great potential to generate waste and benefit not only food, but generation of energy. But sugarcane is differentiated. It's a very efficient solar panel, and 2/3 of this energy that is captured is biomass, which is still used with low efficiency, although it's improved in the last couple years. As it has already been mentioned, in terms of area availability and degraded pastures, we have a huge potential to use, and not only for the expansion of agricultural areas, but for the recovery of forests as well. We have startups that are focusing on bringing resources to recover these pastures and store carbon by means of the recovery of these forests. So there's a lot of interaction on how to bring these resources to be able to really increase carbon capturing, and not only increasing the production areas as well. In Brazil, is well positioned, not due to the availability of area, but the availability of renewable water. Like Dr. Plinio mentioned yesterday, when Brazil exports soy, we're exporting water resources, renewable water resources. And when we talk about net zero waste, it's an essential thing that it's something that I personally have been focusing on the last 10 years, something that I have seen a new spirit of innovation regarding this subject in the United States. For example, we have companies that are collecting agricultural waste and transforming it in pyrolysis oil and injecting into the soil, generating credits that are sold for more than $600 a ton. Companies that transform agricultural waste to improve the quality of the soil and improve agricultural productivity, and credits that are sold for more than $500 a ton. And this waste, it can also be concentrated and exported to other countries where they have a few resources to reduce emissions. For example, in Europe and in Asia, there are highly efficient plants that were designed to burn carbon. For example, this plant generates 2 gigabytes of energy with an efficiency of 46%. An average power plant here in Brazil has an efficiency using biomass will generate 20%. So they generate 2 times more energy with the same biomass. And they run the risk of being deactivated at any moment. Sometimes after 3 or 4 years of operation, and they were built for running for 40 years, but they can maybe deactivated because some of them use coal, some were converted to biomass, but mainly wood biomass. And I think that the next phase will be to focus on the agricultural waste because they have sustainability that is unquestionable. And it's a technology that seems something from the Flintstones, right, to burn things. But when we talk about this level of efficiency, we are talking more about the Jetsons and not the Flintstones. So burning biomass brings unique opportunities. And here are 4 scenarios of IPCC. And except the most optimistic scenario, the more realistic we go, the greater the need for using BECCS, biomass enhanced carbon capture storage. So the possibility of generating energy with biomass, of course sustainable, right? And capturing this carbon and injecting it is one of the only scale technologies that allow you to generate energy with negative emissions. And these negative emissions will be necessary for us to achieve this net zero goal.
Eu acho que existem aí.
I think that there are several options, and there's no doubt we're going to need a lot of infrastructure to do so, and sometimes it seems impossible. For example, when you talk about the steel industry, the estimate is that we're going to need 200 million tons of biomass to achieve net zero only in this industry alone. In the world market today, it's approximately 40 million tons, so it's a lot of. So we need to collect all of this waste and resort, and even a lot of investments in infrastructure that we need, and it's something that is possible to do in a short period of time if the appetite and return for the investors are there. One of the issues that we faced when we talk about reducing emissions in the whole chain and achieving net zero is that today, when we talk about scope 2 and scope 3 emissions, it's really hard for companies to really differentiate and manage these issues. And again, innovation, we've been working on some projects that is called, one project that's called Carbon Prime, when we use prime data from the companies to generate emission information. All this is put into a digital platform so that we are able to combine the data of each source of emission. We had a partnership with a startup from San Francisco. We have a Brazilian CEO. This is just a coincidence. And it's Sinai is the name of the company. And believe that if we have an SAP for this emission data, we will be able to really use this data and communicate this data in a much more efficient way, opening doors for mitigation strategies, for validation and eventual generation of credits, and differentiation of products that were already products which the emissions already neutralized. So we are working to have the proof of concept of this project, bringing several players along the value chain into the system and being able to allocate these emissions from each source of emission. And I'm not talking about each company, but each facility inside this company, each process inside this company, each source of emission, and from then be able to allocate this correctly. Something that you can do with Excel, right? You really need some powerful infrastructure. I hope I can share more data on this project with you, because after all, nowadays, if the consumer goes to buy something, they want to buy consciously, but it's really hard to overcome all of the marketing messages that we have for something that I've seen, for example, in the United States. People are consuming water from boxes instead of plastic bottles, with the idea that this is more sustainable. And I really don't think if this is better or worse, if there's less emissions, or if you use the box or the plastic bottle. Probably the most sustainable is you drink tap water. But I think that if we have a clear and transparent language where we can understand which emissions, how to differentiate soybean from that is carbon neutral from a soybean that is not carbon neutral, how to understand how to award these producers directly. I think that there are technologies like cyanide that can help us to achieve this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. So now, Professor Glaucia, you're still with us. Can we see her on screen? Yes, I'm still here. You can hear us, right? Okay, so hearing all of you here, I'm not sure if the audience has the same impression, but we see some common points here. One of them is recovering of degraded areas, which we already mentioned. And the other point is that there are technologies, there are science that back up and allow us to gain scale, which Mark just mentioned here, like how large companies like Sumitomo with many others can, from the beginning, have this product arriving at the consumers in a more sustainable way. Starting with Mari, I would like to ask you a question. What is the biggest challenge, in your opinion, for us to be able to end deforestation, use this open areas for production, and gain scale vertically and not horizontally? It's not required. You know, we've seen it. What is the biggest challenge today to have this neutralization and make it happen? Is it credits? Do you need information for rural producers? Since it's the sector we're discussing here, do we need more incentives with this challenging market with high costs? How you make these producers choose for sustainable technology because they have high costs? What is the big challenge? Information, credit? What do you think is the big challenge? This is a very complex question, right? I mean, I think we need to think about the complexity. In this case, you're talking about people. We have 5 million rural establishments in Brazil. The average age of these producers, we're talking about more than 50 or 60 years. So when we look at this data, you told me there's a high cost. It's not a cost, it's an investment. So I don't know any rural producers that when they have access to information, and it's a complex problem, what is the size? How can we bring this technical assistance and transfer this technology to these producers, right? So, okay. So when we bring this information to these producers, they're not going to adopt this technology. They're only going to adopt it if they have cash flow. So the basis for me, the foundation is research. And I think, Mark, when you show the startups, we're not going to solve the problem of the future with the technology that we have today. So the foundation is research. We need to continue innovating. So after we did this transfer, it's economic rationale. It's 50% less costs, but they need to have cash flow. And we've seen that the last Safra plans, the resources are over. So there comes the complexity again. We have a continental complex, continental country and aging producers, and we need to involve several stakeholders, not only the producers, the public power. Glaucia, would you like to comment as well?
Yeah, I would like to talk about the opportunities for investment, because at FAPESP we defined that several collaboration projects with the Secretary of Infrastructure, for example, and Environment of the state of São Paulo, to use waste. We already mentioned here, it was already mentioned today, that this is an expanding market to try to solve the problem of urban waste, but this partnership also involves agro-industrial resources and so on. And we already financed more than 200 startups, and most of them, more than 50%, are related to the agribusiness. These are students that are entrepreneurs as well, are developing projects in this field, developing new products with biomass, a lot of technology involved, a lot of information technology for the agribusiness. We've been seeing this movement of the agribusiness becoming greener, using biomethane, biofuels. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for investment, and FAPESP has been working with these partnerships. So I believe that we can expand this base at short term. Mark, you have experience abroad, and for a Brazilian to be living abroad for so many years, to see Brazil exporting an image that is not compatible with the reality. What is your perception? What do you think that we need to do abroad? If you want to comment on my first question as well, but I'd like you to talk about your experience abroad and how Brazil can reverse this image and attract investments, especially in such a difficult year with escape of capitals and war and so on. How can Brazil solve this question about its image and bring investments to this important sector for the world? Well, there's no doubt that Brazil plays an important role in this new geopolitical game that is being played. We have great opportunities, and I think that above all, the issue of deforestation is what we really need to focus on. If you don't demonstrate that we're in a good pathway, it's going to be really difficult. There are also a lot of misinformation abroad, but this is something that I think it's not as persistent as some facts. So I think that this is one point that the Brazilian people really need to put pressure on the governments, because if we don't solve this issue, it's going to be difficult to enter into these markets. Of course, considering the proportions, the world, at the end of the day, needs our products. We have one of the main flows here, and Brazil must be included in this market. But to be a great exporter of renewable carbon credits and so on, all this criteria must be considered so that we can change this image. Can I just make a comment, Cassiano? Excuse me, can I just make a comment on this issue of deforestation? We've been doing some analysis that shows that approximately 200 to 300 millions of CO2 have been avoided by the forestry code. We've been doing a photographic analysis with the satellite images. We increased the forest coverage in the sugar sector and alcohol sectors. We're focusing on bioenergy, but it's important to disclose this because we talk a lot about what we haven't done, but some things we have done and we have done them correctly. And the forest code has really helped us to reduce some emissions. Yes, there's no doubt about that. Since we're talking about recognition, the forestry sector does some great work in terms of preservation and conservation for long years, way before the forest code. But I'd like to talk about technology, transfer of technology. You're a rural producer. Do you think that the technology of transfer, knowledge and information are the main points to show that this is feasible? Do you think that this information is arriving at the fields, or the lack of connectivity? What prevents the producers from having access to these technologies and making things happen in practice? Yes, I think that we need to go to the properties. I mean, connectivity. There's properties from lands that are 5 kilometers from the next city, and they don't have any 3G or 4G connection. My husband is doctor in pasture management. We went into a new region, a degraded area, and I think it's beautiful to see how the neighbors are looking for us. What are we doing? We're recovering pastures, doing supplementation for the animals. The best goal was one of my employees that he said, with this high production cost, they're investing in supplementation, in genetics. And my employee said, wow, I always see you with the computer and you're doing some math that looking at my neighbors, why didn't they never do it? Because it never arrived to them. They don't have access to this information. If they have this information, I'm pretty sure that half of them, they don't have the cash flow to do it. So they're surviving, they're paying their bills. And their other investments, their rural credits and PRONAF, they adopt the technology. So they really need this help. An example of this are the figures of the ABC program. The general goal of the ABC program was improving producer income. And this is very positive, but it needs to arrive there, it needs to get there, and the companies have an important role to play in this field. The input industries, they go to this 5 million rural establishments. They need to go there. No, I agree 100%. I believe that one of the challenges is not only generating this value in the value chain, but ensure that this arrives to the producers so they can incentive good practices. And just to give you an example, in the automotive industry, the premium for designing a neutral carbon car is approximately 5% of the value of the car if it could arrive at the source. And the same thing happens with agriculture. I mean, if you're at the market or a restaurant, that premium will not get to the consumer. So that's why technology and innovation, using blockchain, for example, can allow to assure this. Professor Glauser, would like to make any comment? I want to ask you a question. No, not regarding this question. If you want to ask another one, good. Okay, what I would like to know from you is from green hydrogen. Everybody's talking about green hydrogen. Like today, they talk a lot about it here. They talk a lot here in Brazil. What is the potential for green hydrogen? What do you think about other sources? We talk about sugar and ethanol. There are other alternatives that support bioenergy, right? People are talking about production of ethanol from wheat. This is something new, right? Some genetics companies. How do you see this? Well, first of all, I think that there's a local context that need to be considered. Bioenergy you do with local biomass, with local with agricultural waste and industrial waste, but the farther away you are, you have to go to collect your biomass, the lower your emission reduction and greater your costs. So I think that each location will have to think about their own advantage, and we have to see how the several Brazilian states are going to move forward with this subject.
We have projects in and the Amazon to decarbonize river transportation of products, biofuels for aviation. There, we have a call for projects for bioenergy for long-distance transportation. So there are endless possibilities. There are different biomasses that can be used. I think that Brazil has the DNA that is strong, and in consequence, we have a lot of biomass that can be explored. And there's one issue that is important, that I believe that sustainability also goes through the generation of diversified technological possibilities and portfolios and of products. So we have different products regarding biorefinery, which are able to capture CO2 for the production of compounds. So there's capture and sequestration of for use and for biomaterials as well. So the possibilities, the technological possibilities are limitless, and I believe that for the TRLs that are these levels of maturity that are lower, we need to really try to stimulate the basis of this pyramid to open new opportunities for young entrepreneurs, because this is what what I've been mentioning, opportunities to submit these projects for small companies to be able to do this research. I think this is important, and this will allow us to leverage these projects for the long term, for the medium or long term. But at short term, I believe that we need to exploit this biomass sources by creating hydrogen and biogas. From the biogas, you're able to do biomethane, going back to hydrogen. From biomethane, you can produce hydrogen, and when you have this hydrogen, you can use it for transforming into stationary applications. So, for example, you can eventually have transformation of ethanol into hydrogen. In this reform process, or you can, from biomethane, create ammonium, green ammonium, which is it's also another option for our dependency for fertilizers. And this green ammonium can be used on board and can be transformed for maritime transportation, creating this hydrogen on board. So there are several technological areas that we have been seeing, several applications within planes and airports for using hydrogen. And these are becoming essential because there's a lot of uses. And there's now we need to the electrolysis, which we still have a line to wait for buying this equipment to do electrolysis.
That's right. I think that we have reached the end of our time. It's been 1 hour and a half that we've been talking, but I couldn't even notice. I hope that we can see each other in person. Thank you very much, Professor, for your contribution. I hope that you have great success in your research. And it's also great to have Mark and Adriani's participation. And we carry on with our schedule. Thank you very much.
Tá aí, muito bem a todos vocês. Obrigada, parabéns pela moderação. A sustentabilidade, que se mantenham aqui conosco para a nossa cerimônia de encerramento do evento, ok? Mais alguns recados também que nós daremos daqui a pouquinho, assim que acabar todos os painéis. Então, muito obrigada mais uma vez pela participação de cada um.
That is a kind of response that our bank is designing with the partners to, including IFAD is working in Nigeria and another country with us. It is a new initiative. The idea is that to create the possibilities to the private sector to bring in infrastructure, power, roads, water, sanitation, to the areas of where we have land with very capacity to produce. So we are trying to create optimal conditions to be able to add value to the new material that producing in Africa. We're trying to create the condition of profitability to be able to process the raw materials, the African raw materials in processing products. But then I would like to come back a little bit to one of the topics that we are proposing to this panel. And this aspect of competitiveness is a key to connecting the opportunities with higher quality of agricultural products, reduce the cost of transport and sales, and also the food and agribusiness company that we need to meet these standards that the imported products are also introducing to the food system. To this point, there are three important aspects. That there's a change of the diets that promoting these new products that they are animal origin, fresh fruits, vegetables, that from the point of view, from health and perspective, are the riskiest. Even today, most of the products continue to be traded in the traditional food markets, where both perishable and dry products, live, slaughtered animals are sold all together. So the safety condition, cleanness, the cold, but the value chain cold also is not the best and the optimal. From the public policy point of view, we know that improvement in urban food security will require investment in internal market infrastructure and greater knowledge of shared responsibility for providing safe food between regulators, value chain actors, and farmers. So finally, I would like to mention that that perhaps there's a connection between what happened in Brazil in the past and where we are living today in Africa with this food system in transition. I will try to trade this parallel because there's a similarity between the process of urbanization, infrastructure, and wholesale markets. So, for example, that Brazilian government developed in the 70s to address this problem is a very interesting way. So what we mentioned, I think in Portuguese is SEASA, but the National Supply System Program includes to develop 21 supply centers. This systematic approach, this program became a powerful network of wholesale markets in urban areas, farmer markets in the rural areas, and more than 100 marketing points and retail markets. Another interesting point of this program is that the network also works as an integrate intelligent hubs, generating value in market information. So from this network was possible to estimate the urban demand for each product, given the opportunity to the small farmers in the rural areas to adjust their production plans, reducing costs and optimizing procedures. With improved logistics, transparent market pricing mechanism, and standardized supply procedures, Brazil fresh fruits and vegetable markets increasing the farmer incomes. So because family and small farmers are key players in the production of these high-value products, this network provides the government with innovative framework to introduce policy to continue to improve the food system, introducing innovation in food production. In addition, this network enables better traceability, providing incentives to incorporate new standards, modern packaging options, food production procedures, improving the quality of food production system. So to finish this, my small and short presentation is that I wanted to highlight the importance to share the ZOO cooperation and ZOO experience between the recent past of Brazil and the present of Africa context. So with this, conclude my presentation, and thank you very much to all.
Obrigado, Fernando, a sua participação.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Your presentation was very important in terms of income that family farming represents a lot. There's a lot to be done still. And even in Brazil, we see that. Thank you very much, Fernando. And I'd like to mention, I'd like to thank Romana and the other panelists. Today, some 90% of the Brazilian produce, when we talk about food safety and food stability and sustainability, of course, we must include family farming. It is very important. So I appreciate all of you for being here today, sharing your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Já foi, né? Tá, que aí eu vou chamar o doutor Plínio pra fazer. Tá bom, tá bom. Pergunta só nesse microfone ou no outro. Muito bem, muito bem. Muito obrigada a todos. Estamos, então, encerrando na nossa arena os 4 painéis. Parabéns a todos os painelistas, a todos os moderadores que compartilharam conosco, né? Compartilharam tanto conteúdo. E, por favor, Dr. Plínio Nastari, presidente da Datrago, para suas palavras finais. Por favor, o áudio do Dr. Plínio. Microfone. Som. Aqui, Dr. Plínio. Obrigada. É isso.
Alô. Olha, eu gostaria de fazer algumas considerações de encerramento. É uma responsabilidade muito grande de fazer essas conclusões finais. Esperar mais um minuto. Mas, em nome das entidades todas realizadoras do GAF, que são a ABCZ, a BPA, a Abra Milho, a Abra Frutas, o Fórum Nacional Sucroenergético, a Datagro, a Maisal, que congrega a Abra Milho, a National Corn Growers Association, a Sociedade Rural Brasileira,
Brazilian Rural Society, UNAME, the National Union of the Corn Channel. I want to tell you about the satisfaction of doing this 5th edition, 10th year of this forum. This is an event that counted with the presence of the highest authorities of our country. They have been here in the opening in the first day. We had the president of our president, highest position, minister, ministers of secretary, presidency, Minister of Economy, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Environment, Minister of Communications, Minister of Women. We've had the presence of the highest authorities in São Paulo. We've had here representatives representing the governor, Secretary of International Relationships, Mansotti, the Secretary of Agriculture and Supplying, Francisco Maturro, representatives and authorities of many, many countries present here, ambassadors. We had the presence of representatives of the highest level, Director of Agriculture of the Commerce Chamber, the President of the BRICS, Marcos Trujillo, the presidents of many, many sectors in many industrial sectors of Brazil and other countries, entrepreneurs, researchers, the academy, everybody discussing this great theme of GAF this year, which is food safety, sustainability, and climate change. The world is facing transformations, great transformations due to conflicts, war in Ukraine, change in geography, logistics that is transporting food and energy in the world. The world is moving towards Asia. That reflects in commerce flows. And we see an incredible need for innovation, technology development, and transferring these technologies for many countries in a fast way. That must be done, in particular by Brazil, with tropical.
The regional tropics and the temperate region, subtropical, which applies to a series of other geographies. And we see this search for knowledge and opportunities as a reflex of exactly the increase of food consumption which the world is facing with the growth of the middle class and the development of income, especially in the emerging countries. The challenge to produce more food is being fulfilled. Agriculture is being capable of producing not only food but energy sustainably. Energy for mobility and heating. And this provides a lot of hope as those discussions and threats that we would find boundaries for the development of agriculture. They have been falling flat due to technological development that has been observed. However, it is very clear the notion that we're not dealing only with challenges related to volume of supply, production, and supplies, but valuing this product. And it is very clear then the notion of the dominance and the word that has been discussed greatly throughout, the control of narrative and the normative and its control. So we must recover, take back control of the narrative to get the information to arrive correctly to the opinion makers and decision makers, the press and consumers. And the normative, which is established by these decision makers, the parliaments, and those who are formulating regulations and on different levels, may they be regulations that do not embed distortions but are based on science and fair rules. And this may be the biggest challenge we are extracting from these past discussions, the challenge to create normatives that will value that which is being done correctly without distortions and are camouflaging restrictions and access to markets or restrictions that have as goal different targets from fair competition and market, which are factors that propel the continuity for innovation. So I wish to thank all the companies that supported the fulfillment of this event, that allowed for us to be able to accomplish it. All the governments from other countries that supported us. This is the only global event that counts with the support not only the Brazilian government, but the governments of over 30 countries, including the official support by the USDA and the European Commission, all organizations for international commodities, FAO, the support of the United Nations. This is the only event that does that. And GAF is consolidating itself even further as a great global event for discussion of such important themes related to food and energy that are the great contribution of agro to humanity. I wish to thank all the speakers that have been here sharing their intelligence and their experience, all the participants that have participated presentially, over 2,000 people, and all the participants that have taken part online through the different channels available on the internet, the media partners, and all sorts of media, printed, social, televised, that have been following us. And thank the GAFI Council, who have worked actively to get this contact to be elaborated in a more abundant and complete manner. I wish to thank Sergio for your contribution. Thank you so much, and all the members of the GAF board, and finally the whole staff for Data Agro, who organized and the curatorship for this event. I wish to thank Luis Felipe Nastari, Guilherme Nastari, and Monique, and the whole staff who have been here, João Otávio, Monique, Erica, Rafaela, Claudia, both Claudia Nastari as well as Claudia Monini, Hucci, obviously, and my wife, and all those who have contributed to the fruition of this event. Thank you so much. My many thanks. GAF is an event that takes place every 2 years, so we hope to be able to meet again in 2024, maybe here in Brazil or any other geography of the world, given this is a global event. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the authorities who have been here, and for those of you who have followed us, I believe we managed to perform the biggest GAF ever. Thank you so much. GAFI is now officially closed. Thank you. I wish to thank all of you to watch together a retrospective of the second day.
Aquilo que se propõe a ser espaço para a reflexão e o debate expandiu fronteiras e se tornou movimento contínuo.
nossos agradecimentos especiais a cada de vocês e a todos que apoiaram.
Our special thanks to all of you and everybody that supported the biggest encounter of international agribusiness, the Brazilian Agency of Promotion and Investment, Apex Brazil, Crop Life Brazil, our master sponsor, Bayer, Bradesco, Biag, the support of Banco BV, Gema, Globo Rural, Serasa Experience, MSD, Standard Bank, VBSO, Yara, and WIS. Would also like to thank our collaborations, EY, FESP, Senar, and Carey, Ambev, Aurora, and Coop, Cochupé, Quantic, Coopert, and Lizzie Plain. We had the honor of receiving the participation of international organizations like the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, Inter-American Institutional Operation for Agriculture, International Sugar Organization, and the International Brains Council. Participation of USDA, chambers, and productive arrangements representing different governments. Participation as well as media supporters, our official partners, AgroMais, Terra Viva, Band News TV, Rural Channel, Plant Project, and Agro Universe. The event was transmitted live online to more than 30 countries, thanks to the streaming platform in agribusiness, Districts 1. If you want to know more about this platform and get to know more the level of digital that your company is, just access the website www.strix.1, transforming agro in digitalization solutions. We would like to thank all of you. We're going to see each other in the next GAF. May you all have great crop results in agribusiness. To everyone, I wish you success. Thank you.
Alô, alô. Galera, acende a luz aqui, nós vamos fazer a foto de final. Todo mundo dos realizadores, todos os realizadores do GAF aqui, Dr. Plínio, Dr. Cesário, Dr. Sérgio, Santim, quem está aqui? Mário. Vamos tirar foto aqui de final do ano. Final do ano? Chama a Datagro, Érica, todo mundo aqui. Organiza aqui os realizadores primeiro. Abra frutas. E vai ter cerveja depois para no final aí, galera. Ihu! Aqui é agro, Dr. Cesário. Ihu! Fica aqui, ó. Cadê o berrante, Peu? Cadê o berrante? Peu, primeiro os realizadores. Peraí, vamos sair nós aqui da Datago, deixa os realizadores. Vai, os realizadores aí. Paê, Dr. Cesário, Santinho aqui. Cadê o Mário? Mário, por favor. Gui, quem mais está faltando? Dr. Sérgio está atrás de você, pai. Ô, Marcelo, senta aí. Cadê a Teca, hein? Teca já foi embora?
E se a casa não encher?
E se for melhor esperar mais?
Se eu desse um tempo?
Em momentos como este, podemos acreditar que não somos bons o suficiente. Mas ninguém é bom o tempo todo. É por isso que queremos ser bons quando você precisa. Com apoio do tamanho certo,
na hora e do jeito que você quer. Porque entre nós, você vem primeiro.
Somos o Banco BV. Temos uma trajetória de mais de 30 anos, que envolve solidez, inovação, pioneirismo e uma história de sucesso. Unimos maturidade digital de quem é precursor na revolução do mercado financeiro, com a expertise de empresas parceiras no segmento do agronegócio. Pioneiros em emissões de títulos agro e mercado de capitais, como CPR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros, que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar em que a evolução vem da inovação, conectando a terra e a tecnologia a todos os lugares e a todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
Você sabe o que é um FIAGRO e no que ele investe? Os FIAGROS vieram para facilitar as empresas do agronegócio a acessar o mercado de capitais e assim aproximar ainda mais o setor dos investidores. Funciona assim. O fundo faz uma captação no mercado com diversos investidores que buscam investir no agronegócio. Após essa captação e com o dinheiro em mãos, o fundo, com a sua equipe de gestores especializados, faz empréstimos para as empresas inseridas na cadeia do agronegócio. Quando as empresas fazem os pagamentos dos empréstimos, o fundo fica apenas com a taxa de administração. E, dependendo do fundo, uma taxa de performance, que são taxas pré-acordadas e que não irão mudar durante a vida do produto. Todo o restante dos rendimentos é repassado aos cotistas do fundo. Além disso, os FIAGROS podem oferecer diversos outros benefícios para os investidores, como a distribuição de rendimentos isentos de imposto de renda para pessoas físicas, investimento inicial baixo, diversificação setorial e regional dos investimentos, seleção e gestão de operações por um time experiente e focado no setor, diversificação na sua carteira de investimentos com alocação em um setor tão importante para o Brasil, e as cotas em geral são listadas na bolsa, proporcionando liquidez diária aos investidores.